All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Pastor Jerry Lawson of Daystar Church in Coleman. Pastor Lawson is the guest of Pro Tem Gudger. Pastor Lawson, welcome.
Thank you. Let's bow our heads for prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you with grateful hearts. We're thankful for this arena, for an opportunity to serve you openly and to stand before this great body of leaders. I thank you for the amazing gifts and talents that are in this room right now, God, because you destined all of these women and men to serve your kingdom so that they could serve your people. And so I pray, God, that those great gifts would rise up and humble themselves before the spirit of unity, so that not personal ambition or personal goals happen, but what is best for our state and for our community. We pray for your will to be done. And God, we pray for safety over every person in this room, over their families. We pray for this state house to be covered by your grace. And may a spirit of unity and the plan of God be fulfilled this year and in this season. God, we give you all these things and we praise the mighty name that is above every other name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Lawson. Today, the pledge will be led by Dalton Honeycutt. Dalton attends the University of Alabama and is interning for Pro Tem Gudger, Majority Leader Livingston, and Senator Barfoot.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dalton. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Conley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Yes, sir. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had 29 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate is ready to transact business.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, now move on to introduction of bills. Senator Jones.
Mr. President, move that we allow for the introduction of bills at any point throughout the day.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Thank you, Senator Jones.
Thank you.
All right, next move on to committee reports. Secretary called the first committee.
From the Committee on Children and Youth Health, Senate Bill number 94 receives a favorable report by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays.
All right, these bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. This concludes committee reports. Now move on to motions and resolutions. Does anyone have any motions or resolutions?
Mr. President, I have a resolution.
All right, Secretary Reed received the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 9 by Senator Wagner, mourning the death and celebrating the life of Robert Andrew Ferguson.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the resolution.
All right, any objection? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, resolution's adopted.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a resolution.
All right, Secretary Reed, receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 10 by Senator Wagner, commending Martin Franklin Caskey for professional achievement and dedicated public service.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the resolution.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. Any other motions or resolutions? Senator Wagner. Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Have a SJR.
All right, Secretary Reed, receive the SJR, please.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 11 by Senator Orr, mourning the death and celebrating the life of Robert Dare Citizen III.
Mr. President,
Senator Orr.
I'd move unanimous consent for immediate consideration.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you. I'd move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary Reed, receive the report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution Number 12, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the following business in the order set forth below shall be the special and paramount order of business for the third legislative day, taking precedence over the regular order of business or any pending or unfinished business. On page 3 of the calendar, Senate Bill Number 70 by Senator Jones and others regarding the Alabama Service Member Welcome and Transition Center. On page 9, Senate Bill Number 79 by Senators Weaver and others regarding restrooms and private spaces. On page 5, Senate Bill 4 by Senator Elliott regarding school safety. On page 7, Senate Bill Number 62 by Senator Bell and others regarding conservation and natural resources. On page 4, Senate Bill Number 82 by Senators Orr and Elliott regarding criminal procedure. On page 7, Senate Bill Number 66 by Senator Kelly and others regarding crimes and offenses. On page 5, Senate Bill Number 78 by Senator Weaver and others regarding crimes and offenses.
All right, Senator Smitherman.
Yes, could I be recognized?
Yes, of course.
All right, I do want to say to talk on it. I know they have to get the time started, so that's why I want to do that. I realize that we have some issues that I think that as a body in general that we are looking to take up. And I think some of those issues are on our special order calendar. But I think that if you can remember, I think it was yesterday that I came to the mic and would you give me one of those, please? Thank you. I came to the mic yesterday and I think everybody heard what I was trying to say. I asked everybody, I said, I need you to be quiet for a minute to listen, and you all did.
I heard you, Senator.
Oh, good, thank you. I appreciate it. But as I look on this calendar, not only I don't see a third of the bills, I don't even see one. I don't see one bill on here from the minority side. You know, I think I mentioned, I said that the committee people had to take some pressure off of the rules chair and the rules committee by putting some of these bills on the agenda when the committee met, which should be a third of them on there, by the way. But from what I could tell by those agendas, that nothing was put on there. I think that if it was some desire to come out of as they said, the chute first, said with the SB 70, which I think is a great bill. I mean, a great bill. But you could have done that and somewhere down off in the body placed some bills that was from the minority side. And so that's where you find me standing up here now, because we just didn't address that for some reason. And, you know, I do not by no means want to allow us to be in a position to think that that is not important. I think that we've kind of been to a position before about those bills to where we understand that it's important, because we do have to provide that opportunity for everybody's issues to at least be given some full consideration by this particular body. Now we have some bills on here, and I don't see any page in here, so I'll have to ask my colleagues, as I did to get this special order calendar, to bring me a copy of the bills so that we can have a conversation about them and get a better knowledge of them. I do look on here and see that we have, let's see, as I said, SB 70. And let me wait just a minute. I'm gonna get one of these books, and then I can talk about it a little bit better. And by the way, we're gonna, I really didn't know, well, when I say I didn't know, I didn't get a feel that when we moved straight out of that, we would move straight into the calendar. So starting Tuesday, we will pick up with our Moments of Black History. And I'm gonna do a little extra this month. I'm gonna feature people in Alabama, you know, first. In fact, I got a gentleman. I'm looking at the great senator from Huntsville. I'm looking at him, and one of the people that I'm going to feature is Dr. Sonny Willington Herford III from Huntsville, both of y'all. So you can see what I'm going to do this month. We're going to highlight some Alabama people so that people in our state know that we have some giants in this state as well. So I just want you all to know that. And then I got another one coming from my area, and his name is Dr. Frank Easton Adams Sr., and he is a jazz specialist. So we're going to talk about him, and actually he still performs. We have a jazz museum on 4th Avenue that, well, we have a lot of performances, and even at his age, he's still performing and doing an outstanding job. So I just want you all to know that I will be coming Tuesday with that, and I'll talk with the desk to see at what point in our process that it'll be good to come with that. Now, really, as I look at these bills, I don't I see a few that I have a little concern, but for by and large, I don't see any many of them on here that would cause a heartburn of anything of that nature. I do want to get a better understanding. Now we're gonna talk a little bit on all of them, but I do want to get a better understanding of let's see, I see one, I see two of them, and I want to get an understanding of the process in one of them, because I don't have a full understanding. In two of them, really. Two of them. And I think in one of them, I've kind of got a better understanding. I think it's SB 66. From talking to the sponsor, he kind of gave me a little bit of idea about them. And so I'm going to still get a full understanding of it. And by the way, I gotta ask my secretary, do we have regular Mountain Dews or do we have Mountain Dews with diet? I want the regular. We got some of them? Okay. All right. Well, I get a little moment then. I'm gonna ease back there. Try to raid the refrigerator then to do that part. I'm looking forward to our session as we move forward. And just a little announcement, my team won last night. Thank you.
I heard you lost.
No, we won by 35. So we won last night. So we move on to the sub-region, and we'll play Saturday night at our gym. And the conflict is that what I have always up in that area, the team we played last night, it's one of the schools in my district. A team we're gonna play Saturday night is one of the schools in my district. So I kind of hate to have to put them out the playoffs, but it's either them getting out or we going home. The fun thing, I'm gonna tell you this, the fun thing about it is that I get a chance to, everybody in the gym, think about that. Everybody, is that something about the phone? Is that my phone? Y'all excuse me when I went to the phone, and mine was not on silent, so I'm gonna do as I'm supposed to do, put it on silent and everything like that. So I made sure I did that. But also, I'm gonna talk about these, a little bit. And like I said, I do have a concern with one of them in particular. I think that, and I got a couple that I probably need to have just some little conversations about. But
Senator Smithman, I was up here talking to the secretary. Did you say your team won in basketball?
we won.
Okay. Boys or girls?
Boys, well, the girls won the night before.
All right.
So we are going to host a sub-region.
Okay.
And if we win it, then we go to Jacksonville.
Got it.
So Valentine's Day, I'll be spending a little time in Jacksonville.
All right.
Yeah, so we got a pretty good chance this year.
Yeah, I might see you there.
If it's Gunnersville, you will, because I know they got a great team. Oh yeah, I'm worried about them if you just for the record. But I think y'all 6A now, 5A. Oh yeah, I'm very concerned then. But yeah, we did well. We did well, and so I just hope we keep going.
Yeah, no, Ramsey's always good.
Yeah, well, yes, sir. But I said that because, and the real underlying issue is just that we don't have any bills on this calendar, you know, and we would love to be on here too, you know, and listen, I'm not surprised that when the discussion about this calendar was being entertained, I mean, I don't think anybody even mentioned probably in y'all conversation about we've got to make sure that we put some bills on there from the minority side. I don't think that it was. That's why, as I mentioned to you all, that when we're on the floor, in particular, in this particular time, I have to bring this issue before you because this is the first opportunity. Unfortunately, I missed the rules meeting, or we didn't have it, or we had an informal one or something. And I think there I could have expressed the need and desire for us to be a part of this calendar. So since I was not afforded that opportunity, then I have to, then I have to address it here. So, and besides, we have some time today. I was coming down here this morning, and I saw that fog out there, and you couldn't hardly see a lick. So, we probably need to just kind of stay around here long enough till the fog burn out anyway today. So when people have to go back north or go further south, especially the people south, you're going, north too, because north, y'all going across that river, that Tennessee River, and then south is going to a Baldwin County, Mobile, y'all going across that humongous lake or river, whatever that is y'all got. And all that fog on it, you can't see, and you got the big trucks, and boy, when you go high up in that, the high part, oh, thank you. You go in the high part, then that fog is way up there because you up in the clouds. And so we don't want no accidents to happen to nobody, not any person. So because of that, we probably need to, we probably need to kind of stay here a little longer to where the fog will go away. You know how when you go home sometime and it's raining, and then before you can get out the car, it's storming, and so you just said, well, since I don't want to get wet, I'm just going to have to stay in the car a little longer so that the rain will cease, and then you can get out and make a mad dash to get in the house, especially if you don't have an umbrella. All right, especially if you don't have an umbrella. And if it's a lady, she ain't getting out because they don't want nothing to happen to their hair. Now, in my case, I don't have that problem. See, I don't have that problem about the hair. So I don't be worried about that, it messing up or anything. But, so that's how this is. It's that we want to make sure that that's in the forefront of our needs and desires and our procedures, you know, we don't want to think that it's all right not to do that. You know, maybe they don't care, you know, because we really care. We care a lot. I wouldn't be up here if I didn't care. I would not be up here. I want perfectly understood that I did not, before, the first time I had a chance to see the special order calendar was this morning. I'm not saying whether it was posted somewhere or not, but I'm talking about my own self. So the time that I left to come down here until I walked into my office and I sat down and the special order calendar was sitting there in front of me, I had zero intentions of standing right here. So I want to make that very clear. So I didn't even put on the tennis shoes. I just got regular shoes on. So that tells you that I had no desire with these regular shoes to be standing up here. But sometime out of necessity, you have to do some things. And this is just one of those situations that's out of necessity. You have to do some things. You remember, I make a little statement, and I have not made it yet this session. So I'm going to make and I always will get here and I will say, on that first Tuesday, I will say, Roger Smithman, reporting for duty, Senate District 18. It's my objective to take your rules and your tools and be successful for the citizens, all 150,000 who live in Senate District 18. Y'all remember I said that? Well, that's what I'm doing now. I'm just taking the tool, which is this you all put out here. I'm talking to the little minutes I got taking the rules. Is it over with? I got it. Oh, thank you. I'm straight. So if the time is up, I'm gonna ask. Okay, and then I want y'all to know that that's why I'm here. And you know, hopefully you'll be proud of me because I tried to preempt this yesterday. So it wasn't like I wasn't trying to help by saying, look, we need to be a third of the agenda, yesterday. So me standing up here didn't even have to be me standing up here. But for whatever reason, that didn't materialize. So in that case, that's why I'm up here now, or having this conversation about this. So when you tell me it's time, I'm going, okay. Well, we're going to have a 20-second pause then. Just pause. I won't say nothing.
All right. And the motion on the special order calendar, what was it? Was it to use the short roll, long roll? What did y'all? Oh, we don't have a roll, so it'll be the long roll. All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Twenty-three ayes, 5 nays. The special order calendar is adopted. Secretary, call the first bill.
On page 3 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 70 by Senator Jones and others regarding the Alabama Service Member Welcome and Transition Center, BIR pending.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. To move adoption of the BIR using the previous roll.
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator Smitherman.
I'd like to be recognized.
All right, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Senator, how are you this morning?
Fine. I was trying to think about something, and then I tell you what hit my mind. Not that, but what hit my mind. What y'all gonna have stocked up in this Senate?
Hey,
You know, what kind of stuff gonna be in there? You know, is this gonna be like, you know how when you're traveling, you know how you have those traveling centers? You know, I'm talking about the ones that's called, it ain't quite the name, but they have this kind of like emblem like this, be red and blue, almost like a triangle. Mm-hmm. What they call them? You see them just it's a travel center or
Right.
something like that.
Truck stop, travel center kind of thing?
Yeah, not like a Lowe's. It's not that. I mean, they may be set up inside, but it's just it's almost like a government travel center.
Like a welcome center?
That might be it, but they sell stuff in there just like the Lowe's do. You know, is that what we talking about for the veterans?
A little bit more detailed than that. I'm happy to explain it to you if you'd like.
Sure, yeah. Mhm.
So imagine a hub and a spoke model, if you will. You know, we have a central hub located here in Montgomery. That's a one-stop shop for veterans. So when they're transitioning out of the military, they need help with job placement. They need help with educational opportunities. They need some access to services. They need referrals from mental health care. All those type of things. They'll be able to go to the hub, or you might call it the mothership that's right there. And then that center is going to coordinate with all these other entities around the state. For example, Jacksonville State University, not too far from my district, a lot of students from my district go there. They have a Victory Center that helps with job placement for veterans. So all these organizations around the state like that, this central hub will coordinate with all of those entities around the state, and it's a public-private partnership. So the state's going to make a one-time investment, assuming that the budget passes. That will be in there, and then after that, it'll be funded exclusively by private dollars moving forward. So public-private partnership to help our veterans.
Now, is that going to be located here in Montgomery?
That's the plan. Of course, you know, things change, but everything I've heard indicated seems that the capital city would be the ideal place to house it.
Okay, now, do we have other, I heard you said the hub, you know, do we have other centers in the state that do the same thing but of a smaller nature, or their setups are a lot smaller?
We do. We have a lot of those, and you know, I don't think there's any person that fully knows the extent of how many of these are around the state, because different universities have different programs and different places around the state are set up. They're nonprofits, for example. They're public agencies, all these kind of resources. So we need to coordinate, consolidate efforts, and have a one-stop place, maybe even a one-stop website that's connected to that place that helps our veterans, gets them where they need.
How is there a process to identify those people you just mentioned?
Yes, so we've had discussions about that. You know, I sit on the Veterans Mental Health steering committee, we passed legislation that I carried and you supported, as I recall, last session to establish that. And one of the things that committee is doing, for example, is trying to identify all these different resources around the state. And so that task force has passed a resolution or adopted a letter of support for this Veterans Resource Center. And I think we've all recognized as part of that process and discussions about it with different stakeholders that someone needs to identify everything that's out there. And I think the folks that are working on the Resource Center, that's part of the mission, part of the understanding of what they need to do to accomplish the mission of the center.
Okay. Now, at the center, will you have licensed professionals there? Is this, because I'm trying to vision, you heard me start talking out like about a welcome center. Now as I listen to you talk, we talking about a big center, a big place. So, and when you said the mental illness, that's what led me to this question. Will they be able to go to this facility itself and get some kind of treatment in certain areas, or will this be they will come there, same thing, let me back out the second statement, or will they come there to get examined and then referrals are made from there to whoever's in that network?
So that's a great question. So when it comes to mental health care, I think we're talking about a referral type situation, getting them linked up and connected with someone to help them. But when it comes to job placement, perhaps, there is a professional that's there in the center that's helping get them connected to an employer or job training, things of that nature.
Okay, I see what you're saying in that comparison. What kind of cost is this facility going?
Well, I know that there is a request to the budget chairman for $5 million one time only from the state. And then there's going to be some private dollars that are put in. And then after that, it's supposed to be fully funded on private dollars.
All right, now, is there a written requirement for the match from the private? We have $5 million. What is the requirement from this private, since it's a public-private partnership?
That's a great question, but I don't think that there is a specific match requirement in there. But I can imagine any type of facility of this nature, the cost is going to be pretty significant, and we're talking about ongoing support year after year. So I would think that it'll far, far exceed what the state's putting in.
Now, is this a fair question to ask? And if it is, if you can answer it, I appreciate it. Are we saying here that the state is going to build it, then we're going to turn it over to a private section to handle and run it? Is that what we talking about doing?
No, so there is a board that will be established in here, and the board will take charge of handling all of that. So the state's not going to build it.
All right.
The state's going to be a partner in it. How about that?
Wait a minute. Let me ask this. What is the estimated cost of the facility?
I don't think we've gotten that far. I think this establishes it, sets up the board, and then they're going to move forward with that.
All right. Now.
Makes sense?
When the $5 million is not enough, are we going to be coming back saying we got cost overruns in the supplemental somewhere and we need $3 more million? Now is the time. Let's find out what we're looking at least. What you think?
Well, I would say no. I would say one time means one time, but as you're aware, Senator, anybody can ask the budget chairman for anything at any time, but it don't mean they're going to get it necessarily. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Now, you mentioned about there's a board. Tell me about the board.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at section 3 here.
We don't have a page in here, because I'd love to get a copy of that bill. In fact, I'm on. Yeah. Could I get a copy of it? Is that it?
So
Is it to be all right?
you got SB 70.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yep. So we've got 2 members appointed by the governor, 1 by the speaker.
Wait a minute. What page you
Well,
on?
I'm on page 4,
Okay.
line 91,
Page 4.
92.
On line 91. Okay. Go right on.
So yeah, 2 appointed by the governor, 1 by the speaker, 1 by the lieutenant governor, in his or her role as chair of the Military Stability Commission, 1 by the pro tem. The commissioner of the State Department of Veterans Affairs will be an ex officio and serve as the vice chair. Commissioner of Mental Health will be an ex officio member. Secretary of Workforce, Secretary Reed, will serve as an ex officio member and chair the board. I wonder if he knew what he was getting into. You know, when I wonder if he knew this was out there when he went over there. All board members are voting members of the board and shall be considered in determining whether quorum.
All right,
That's
time is up on the BIR. What was the motion?
previous roll.
Long roll.
Long roll?
Long.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smithman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
$28 ayes, 0 nays. The UBR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 3 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 70 by Senator Jones regarding the Service Member Welcome and Transition Center.
Mr. President,
Senator Jones.
I'll motion to adopt using the previous roll. Third reading be dispensed with.
All right, Senator Smithman,
May I be recognized?
recognized.
What was that you motion to adopt? What were you trying to adopt?
I went ahead and made the motion where you could speak on it, start your first hour.
What, you got a sub or sub?
Oh, no stuff. This is a.
Oh, you made the
His
motion.
motion was final passage
you
using
ready
previous
to
roll.
That's right.
You ready to roll. Well, look him.
I'm on your timetable, Senator. Whenever you're
Oh.
ready, I'm ready.
Okay,
I just
okay.
didn't want you to be waiting on me.
Okay. Good. Look, let me start out with the board. And then I'm gonna come back to the partnership aspect of it. And when I say these things to you, let me just say, I feel comfortable with telling you that when you hear me talk about this, I'm only gonna say it like this, and then you'll discover, because you may already know the answers. So you may know what I'm saying. I've had 3 people to talk to me about this bill, I want to tell you, and they're concerned.
Okay.
And let me just say, we work and try to say this in the body. And the people that have talked to me, it has been in a bipartisan manner. I thought I would say that to you first, that it's people on your side as well as on my side that have some concerns as it relates to this. I didn't say the majority of people on your side. I didn't say whether it was majority or not. But I'm just saying there are people. And so all of them don't have the same concern. But as I talk about these concerns, these are the concerns that I receive from all of these people collectively, okay? So I'm not attributing one concern to one or to the other. I had to put that little disclaimer in there so everybody would understand from that perspective. Now, the board itself, I have 2 concerns with it, okay? And let me just say this. I have a concern, number one, the role of veterans themselves, okay? I got concern about that because we are talking about doing something for veterans, and I don't see any automatic positions for veterans to be on here, okay? I don't see that. I think that in this that we need to have a slot for, and maybe they're on here, maybe you said it and I skipped over it. A slot for the big chiefs, one of the big chiefs in the veteran setup that we have. And we need another slot just for a regular veteran. Okay, a regular veteran. That's what I was talking about this special order calendar. See, one of the problems, well, no, let me back out before I make that statement. The second concern on there is that we need to have some assured representation for black veterans. I mean, let's go back to the Tuskegee Airmen. Let's go back this is Black History Month. We can go back to the very beginning when platoons and all that was segregated. There's still the fact that you had black veterans, okay, into it. So there's nothing in here that will assure that we're going to have that segment as well as being represented. And just like we have set out everybody in our process of being able to participate in making sure that our board has, adequate representation, that needs to be extended to our minority side of our legislature in the House and the Senate, okay? We need to be able to assure that we can appoint somebody and not no team appointing, because we ain't asking the speaker and the pro tem together to appoint one. So because I remember we tried to do something last time and they were trying to talk about both of them get together and appoint one person. No, whatever procedure we're using for everybody else, then that's the procedure that should be used there. I'm not trying to get a special procedure. I just want the same procedure that we use for everyone else. So those are some concerns. Mm-hmm. Those are some concerns that need to be addressed in this particular bill. The other thing is this, is that we as a body need to know in a situation that we're asked to put out $5 million, who this private entity gonna be. It's just to set it out there, set money, set it up and all that, and then we don't even know this body here. So that's just like asking somebody to give me $5 million. I got an idea, but I'm gonna tell you about it later on after you give me the $5 million. That's not acceptable. The other thing is that who is gonna control the money? Who? Or is the state gonna control it? Is it private entity after we get it, they gonna be able to control and do what they wanna do with it? So there is a lot of concerns, and they gotta be addressed before we move this bill out the Senate. You know, I know everybody wanna pass it. I wanna pass it for the concept, and that is we wanna make it easy for veterans. Don't get me wrong. I make everybody understand that. I'm with that 100%. But so many times, you ever notice when they had that little saying, the devil is in the details. And that's what we talking about now, details, not the feel good that we gonna pass this great Center for Veterans. I can tell you emphatically now, again and again, I'll tell you, I support it 100%. So that's not, I don't want anybody to be confused with me being up here and the questions I'm asking, whether or not I support it. I support it. But, you know, we've got to know the answers to those questions and how those questions can be addressed and so that we then can move forward with a bill instead of, you know, just because remember this is something, I thought about it earlier. We've chose on this very first week to use a committee to channel just the certain things that we want. Okay? I mean, that's just a fact. It's not an allegation, it's not a statement, that's a fact, okay? And the problem with that is like what we are now. You isolate just these few people, you know, who in a general situation may or may not, the committee may or may not have the voices to address and to speak about these things that I'm saying. So we get here, you know, because if it could have been addressed in the committee, it could have, once it hit the floor, those wouldn't be issues. You know, there wouldn't be issues. But we were not able to do that, so that's why now we are here on the floor. Well, this is our first opportunity. You hear me say it so many times about in the committee of the whole. That's what I call us out here. The committee of the whole is where we have a chance to address these. So now, Senator, having said that and having addressed my concerns, I would like for you to tell me how, if you can, if you can't, that's all right. I mean, I'm not putting you on the spot, but how we can fix those things that I just mentioned.
Well, Senator, certainly, if you have any sort of amendment you wish to bring, I'll be happy to take a look at it, entertain it, maybe even vote for it. To one of your concerns, I would point you to page 9, excuse me, let me find my correct page here. It points you to page 5, line 122. This is the standard diversity language, if you will, that's in most every board and commission that we bring before the body to vote on. So that's in there. I understand where you're coming from on the two minority leaders having a seat at the table. Certainly I would entertain some language on that if you wish to do that.
I do, but I want to say this. I want in that language, I want to say them are their designee, so that they can expand that circle where they themselves don't have to do all that work and meeting all the time. Yeah. You know, so I would like to say something like that, you know.
I don't have a problem with that at all.
Okay. Now, and if someone would work to try to get an amendment up, since I'm at the mic. Oh yeah, that's a good question. Are we, you know, are we, how do you, and that's a good question, if we present the amendment, how would you want us to present it to as an addition to what you have here?
I think so. I think
Okay.
that makes the most sense.
Okay, I mean, it's fine with us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not, you know, we have no problem with that part right there. Yeah. Just wanted, because, you know, we're actually trying to address the issue. That's what I'm saying, and then we don't mind doing that. On the other part, what kind of triggering mechanism? This may not be the right words that I'm using, okay, and I'll yield back from those words. But the triggering mechanism to ensure that those issues about the money that I just addressed, that they will be addressed. You know, it will be dealt with. You know, remember I said, first of all, who is going to be in charge of the money? At what point does the private person need to be identified prior to the, you know, at what point? Let me put it as without prior to that. At what point? And that's for our sake.
Right.
I'm not worried I'm worried, but, you know, the body that's giving the money need to know who's going to be having their hand on the money prior to that. So how can that be addressed? Have you thought about it prior to coming?
Yeah, if I might make a suggestion on that, you know, there is no appropriation in this bill. That's going to come through the budgeting process. So I would say when that's in the budget, why don't we just attach a little rider, some little language to that accomplishes what you need. That way, that saves you and me from having to figure it out today. When the money's appropriated, then we can put the strings on it, if you will, to accomplish what you need to accomplish. I think that's the simplest way to deal with it.
Well, I'll say this to you. If you will, and you, before I said this, you know, the Lord put people in certain places for different reasons. He really does. And when you first got here, he put you over here in front of me.
I remember that.
So
He knew I needed an education.
no, it wasn't that. He just knew that I needed to be with you to be able to make the statement that I'm saying, because it's a very positive. I think it's a positive statement. It's simply this: I just need you to assure me that when we get to that point with the budget, because that may be a general fund issue, and I'm on education. You see what I'm saying? And now, if I was on education budget, then I could. Thank you, sir. Will you take one to him? Will you get one to him? Okay. I won't know until we get to the floor whether or not the language that you just mentioned would be in the general fund budget. And so because of that, I don't choose to want to be out here on the floor and we taking up the general fund budget and then having to be in a posture like I am now because it was not addressed in committee. You see what I'm saying on that? So are you on general fund?
I'm on general fund.
Okay,
yes, sir.
well, good then. That's why I say about you sitting over here. I feel very confident that you when y'all get to talking about that you address that at that particular time. You know, I want you to know that I don't have any concerns. If you say you're gonna do that, then you're gonna do it. You know, I mean, like I said, you've been road tested over here with me, so
Thank you, Senator.
so I wanted to say that. Do you consider this a friendly amendment?
I do. I consider it a very friendly amendment.
Okay, would you have a problem with me offering it now?
Please.
Okay.
All right, Secretary Reed, receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 70 by Senator Smitherman. Replace line 107 on page 4 with the following. Of the board, 8, the minority leader of the House of Representatives or his or her designee. 9, the minority leader of the Senate or his or her designee.
If there's no other question, I move for adoption of the amendment. If no objection, we'll use previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, add me. Yeah, yes, please. Thank you. That's why y'all up there. Y'all have to look out for us.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Smitherman amendment is adopted.
Senator, I'm going to yield back to you.
Okay.
Oh, if I may not be yielding to you, I'm through talking. You still may be on you.
Thank you, Senator. Any of my other colleagues have something they wish to dialogue over?
Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you. Senator Jones, I have an amendment. The concern that I have is that in most veterans organizations, and I'm speaking for the women's side of it, you have a lot of women that serve in every branch of the government, but most of these organizations and boards, you find all men. Women have a unique set of issues regarding benefits and what have you. So this is just, I'd like to offer an amendment.
All right. Secretary Reed received the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 70 by Senator Coleman Madison. Replace line 92 on page 4 with the following. 3 members appointed by the governor, one of whom shall be a female veteran.
Senator Coleman Madison.
And I think you understand my intent behind this. Again, this is just adding to one of the appointments that the governor has to ensure no deference to race, because as women, we all have that same thing. My sister served in the military for 34 years. My dad was in the military. We come from a military family. But I know from talking to her, her set of issues in the military, and she was in the Air Force, was entirely different. And so when you serve on these boards, and in particular when it comes down to allocation of funds and needs, whether it's for medical care, mental health, or whatever, women have a unique set of issues that are different from men. There's nobody at that table to speak for the women veterans, so I respectfully request that you accept what I consider a friendly amendment.
Yes, it's definitely a friendly amendment, and I would encourage the members to vote aye.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move the amendment used in previous roll.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Coleman Madison amendment is adopted. Thanks,
you.
Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Singleton.
I don't intend to stand here a long time, and thank you. I really appreciate it. Again, like Senators from Jefferson said, I support this bill. I think we should have one-stop shop wraparound services so veterans who are out there. I just tell this little story just recently here. I think I mentioned this to you, that there's a homeless person that I helped here recently. When it was cold, we had our colder days, and that homeless person found out that he was a veteran after going through and working with him, and had never used the VA ever. Had been out of the military. I think he spent between 12 and 16 years in the military, and never used the VA. And so was able to get that person to the VA. Now he's getting those services, getting medical care, getting things that needed. And so we have a lot of veterans out there. I think the numbers that we talk about, the number of veterans that are there, those are the number of veterans who has reported somewhere that we know of that are out there that possibly getting service. But there are a number of veterans that are out there with mental health issues and who we don't even know that they're veterans or are not getting those wraparound services that are needed. And so as we can have these centers. So let me ask this question, and this is what concerns me, is because we have veterans who will be out there that have those problems, where would this center be? Is it in one area to where all these veterans have to travel to that area, or to tell me that they can get online and get on their center? That's kind of far-fetched with me, because if they are having mental health issues and they have problems and they're homeless, they're not going to be online, okay? How do we get them to that center? And I guess we have to talk about what connections in all 67 counties will have to that center to get them to get to those areas where those wraparound services will be. Just to have a center, let's say we sit here in Montgomery, and you got people in North Alabama and South Alabama that needs it, just because we have one and we're not getting the best benefit of it for the services of those veterans, then there's really no need of having it. Is it going to do something different than what we already are doing? I guess is a question I really want to ask. And how are veterans going to be able to access services from all across the state of Alabama? Because there are veterans in all 67 counties.
Yep.
We looked at, as you know, we sit on both on that commission together, and when the consultant broke it down, we saw where veterans are in all 67 of our counties in a region in regions that is around us. And so whether or not they are all getting services or not remains to be seen. Some of them are able to go to the VA. Some of them are getting those services from mental health, agencies around the state that are giving them. I know at one time, the state health department, little known to a lot of people, has telehealth in every one of our public health departments in all of our counties. They have a telehealth station set up, and in that they do veterans mental health there. Veterans can go there and get that service, but most people don't know about it. Most people don't understand it, and we're not using all of those services that we can. And I think that, I went to Canada. I went to Canada over last spring. And I went there with an organization called Hey Dad, right? And it's a unique organization that does a lot of wraparound services for fathers who are first-time dads, who are trying to get used to being a dad, who may not have the resources to take care of their children, and making sure that those dads were in their children's lives, right? So what they came up with is a QR code. They came up with a QR code that if you just hit that QR code, it gave you every service that was in that area for a veteran or a dad to where they can get services from. So I would love to see us to create something like that, so that even if the veteran doesn't do it, the person who's trying to help them could just have a QR code that they can just hit and say, hey, these are the services in this area that'll take care of this veteran. Because everybody may not be able to come to this center and get to that particular center for a job or to do what they need to do. But we can also make sure that in all 67 counties that we identify services that are out there, or jobs that are going to be willing to hire veterans. And those employers who are willing to hire veterans first, we need to have a way to document that on some kind of services, so everybody know that if I'm in Montgomery County, I know that Jones Brothers Construction is going to, do that. If I tell Lil Bobby, when Lil Bobby get out of the service, Lil Bobby goes out and Lil Bobby want to get a job, I got to make sure, because I was finna say Lil Johnny, but I got to be Lil Bobby again. But my son Lil Bobby want to go, then he has the ability to know in these areas where these services are. And I think that we can build this and mold this and develop this. And I think that board, these would be some ideas to try to help this board mold and develop, so that all 67 counties will be touched. Because we're talking about one center, and one center sitting somewhere, and it has to sit somewhere in the state. We can't have, one in each and every county to make sure that happens. But we can make them connected to other agencies in the county to bring back that information to a database to where they can help that person from that central location, even if they're somewhere in another county. So, I'm hopefully that's going to be the thrust of what we are doing to make sure that all of our veterans are able to get it, instead of wherever we sit this, if it's in Birmingham, Montgomery, Mobile, wherever it is, it's only going to be a one-stop shop in one area. We're not going to spend $5 million on multiple ones here in the legislature, probably what we should be doing. But however, I know that that's not going to happen. So we're talking about a one-stop shop, and we need to make sure that those wraparound services are there for all veterans from all 67 counties. And that's the only way that we're going to get a full effect of it, to be able to make sure that those servicemen and women who have given their all to this country, and whether they was on war, whether they was on stateside, some people may feel different at that. But at the end of the day, if they're out there and if they need the services, we should provide those services to them. And so I think this is a good bill. This is a good start to moving forward on being able to help those who are out there that are in need, who have served our country and who may be having some difficulties getting on their feet, and we can be able to help them do it without just sitting there allowing it to just go by. We also got to make sure that the VA is doing their parts with our veterans in these areas. Making sure that they are giving all the services that they should be doing in our communities and in our state. So I think our VAs have done a good job. You got VAs that are in Birmingham, one in Tuscaloosa. I know there's a couple of VA offices here in Montgomery. I'm sure there's one in Mobile. So you got VA offices around the state to where people can have access to them. But these other services that are needed that we can do here at the state side is going to be very much needed. So I thank you for bringing this bill. I embrace the concept, but still, they said the proof is in the pudding. We still got to see how it's going to work out, how it's going to roll out. And I see the new Secretary of Commerce, Reed, is going to be the chairman of this board. And I'm sure, as methodical as he is about things and as organized as he is, I'm sure that he's going to make sure that we get off to a good start, to make sure that there's a representation by everybody that has a seat at the table, and there's some involvement in all 67 counties, so where we can identify those veterans and identify those services for veterans in all 67 counties. So thank you again for bringing this bill, and thank you for accepting the amendments that we brought, because we want to make sure that all veterans are actively represented at the table. So thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator.
I want to yield back to Senator Smith.
Thanks, Senator Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No.
May we recognize that he yield whatever we have to do.
Whatever y'all want to do.
Quickly say to you that I too am proud that Senator Reed, and when you're a senator, you're always a senator. It's kind of like a judge. Judge is always a judge. They don't unjudge. Just because they may not be sitting. And so I feel very positive about him, and about him heading this. And I think that our veterans be greatly benefited by his services that he's willing to provide. So with that in mind, I'm going to yield back to you now.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. With that, I would renew my motion for final passage using the previous roll without objection.
Any objection?
They just call long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smithman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes and no nays.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 70 passes amended. Thank you, Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page number 9 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 79 by Senator Weaver and others regarding restrooms and private spaces. BR pending.
Senator Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I start, this bill has a sub that I think I have delivered to everybody's office or tried to give to you individually. It was adopted in committee yesterday, but the sub is what I'm actually going to be talking about. So if there's anybody that I've missed, I do have copies up here on the desk. And as I noted in committee yesterday, this bill is based on a fundamental truth. They're as old as the book of Genesis and as reliable as the sun in the sky. Men are born men and women are born women, and this legislation simply reinforces that inescapable fact. So with that, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the BIR. Using previous rule, no objection.
All right, any objection? All right.
May I be recognized?
Sure,
Speak.
you're recognized.
Okay. All right. Oh, okay. She left me one. She brought me one too. She took care of me on getting the sub. Now I want to look at it if I can, but she did that. I think that in this kind of situation where we are addressing these particular issues, I think that we have sometimes incidental things. I think that you heard me make reference, and I'm gonna make it a lot, y'all. Y'all know that, but this is one of those times again. I'm gonna have to make this reference. Is that we are flying down the runway, and in particular with this particular plane. Okay, we're flying down the runway, and we really are not necessarily lifting up the wings yet, because a lot of people are running that may not have necessarily knew to get a seat, and they want to jump on this plane. But sometimes people don't understand when you jump on the plane well, let me bag out. Sometimes people don't understand that, as you heard me say, that the plane is not just a plane, but the plane has wings. And in the zealousness to shoot the plane straight down the track, runway, we sometimes don't take into account the things we are doing and the problems that they may cause. Now, I see this sub, and I see the bill. Now, of course, I hadn't had time to read the sub completely in comparison to the bill. But I see a sub and I see a bill. The bill, I want to get the number of pages. The bill itself is 7, 8, 9 pages. 70 pages in the sub. The sub is 6 pages, so it's obvious that it's smaller than the bill. But I have concerns, because I'm gonna start out talking about them, and I know that the time will run out on the BR, and then I'll finish as I move forward. Now, this is SB 79, and whether the intent is intentionally or unintentionally, it'll permit our justice system to discriminate against transgender people simply because they're transgenders. Now, I want to say this to you, and it may be hard for some people in here to relate to what I'm saying. But if you've lived a life like I have, where you faced discrimination just simply because, in my case, it's the color of my skin. And when you've gone through continuous and repetitiveness of discrimination, simply because of that, then I'm not saying that people don't understand, but you fully understand the statement I just made. Just simply because these people are transgender people, then they are discriminated against. Okay? We all have an idealistic thought of how life should be. We all have our opinions about what standards we want to hold people to. But you know, God created each one of us individually. And he created us to live the lives that he had prescribed for us. As they said in the Bible, our steps are already ordered. Everybody in here. And as a result of that, you know, we have to be careful of how we, in our ideas of trying to accomplish things, of whether or not we discriminate against people or not. I, by no means, can stand up here and set a deaf ear to discrimination, as I said earlier, having lived it and experienced it myself. Now, you know, I can start off with the simple fact that for you people, thank you. I'm gonna get that. Thank you, my friend. That if you're 4 years younger than me, then you only heard about what I'm talking about. Or you too young to even understand what was going on. But if you're my age or older, and I look in this room and I'm gonna count people off who I think is my age or older. I see 1, 2, you're not quite there yet. 3, 4, maybe 5, maybe 6, maybe 7. You wasn't in that number. 7. Let me look who coming in the door. I see 8 coming in the door. All of you all live that same era that I'm talking about. And that era was when I was 15 and 16. Jim Crow, which is segregation at its finest, was legal. It was just as legal as it's legal for anybody to walk through these front doors of this building. But when I got to be 17, Jim Crow was declared illegal. So now you have integration. All right, now you say, okay, it was over. By no means. Places where in segregation that you had to put, and by the way, this is only fitting, this is Black History Month, so the conversation is dual fitting. That when you walk up to, and I'm gonna use another name, because I'm not gonna use another name, I'm gonna use the name that the sponsor of this bill knew and heard about. They're gonna know about this place and everywhere else. Do you remember the Dairy Delight? You remember the Dairy Delight? By the way, everybody, the sponsor and I, we grew up in a similar area of this state, not too far from our cities from each other. So the aspect of what went on in rural Alabama, I think we have a little relationship as to knowing these places. And so at the Dairy Delight, you had 3 windows on the outside. And on the outside, you had the windows on this side. There was 2 of them. Ironically, there was one on the front, and then there was the front door that you go inside. And the window on the front had, back at that time, we had not been allowed. I almost said we wasn't allowed.
Time is up on the BIR. Before we do the BIR, I wanted to recognize some special guests in the gallery. When I call your name, if y'all could please stand. The Chamber of West Alabama, if y'all could please stand. The guest of Senator Allen. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right, motion was the adoption of the BIR using previous roll?
Yes.
Objection?
Yes, sir.
Long roll? Okay, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot.
Long roll for the BIR.
Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shillnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver.
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
(22 ayes, 6 nays). The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Senate Bill number 79 by Senator Weaver on page 9 of the calendar regarding restrooms and private spaces. County and Municipal Government Committee substitute pending.
So like I mentioned before, now we're on the sub that was adopted in committee. And again, this is the simplest and easiest to understand bill that you will consider this entire session. It provides basic yet precise definitions of words like man, woman, male, female, boy, girl, mother, and father. And if there are no objections, I'd like to move that we adopt the sub that we adopted in committee using previous roll. No
All
objection.
right. Got a motion to adopt the substitute?
Yes.
Using previous roll? All right, you want to speak on the sub?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're recognized.
You can start my time on the sub.
Okay.
All right. You know, I'm going to go back to the airplane, and then I'm going to start pick back up into this. If I understand the simplicity that the sponsor provided, and in those terms, if you are only able to be able to expose to that information only, then you would naturally think that that's all that the contents of it has potentially to do. But as I said about the airplane, the incidental consequences to this happening is what I've just started talking about a little earlier. As I was saying about the window, the year after Jim Crow was determined to be illegal. No, let me back up. The windows would read like this. These two windows on the side would say white only. The one on the front would say, at that time, we weren't even given the respect that we are given now, which we are black citizens. At that time, we were colored. They didn't even tell us what color. They just said, you colored, like a coloring box of colors, you colored. Okay, color was put on the front one. We were not allowed to go through the front door to go inside to be able to make an order or to sit down and eat. It didn't matter whether the degrees outside was 10 degrees below zero. It didn't matter whether a tornado was hitting outside. We had to stand outside if we want to make an order or to pick up our order. Now, we had enough sense to know after we made the order to get back in our vehicles so we wouldn't stand out in a storm. But we did, if there was a line though, you would have to stand out in the cold and just to make the order. Now, I said that just to say this. If you want to say that the discrimination I'm talking about does not exist, try, and y'all heard me say it before, but it just this one incident relates to this, what I'm saying, so I've got to say it. Try being a member of the Alabama Senate, riding in your car downtown the city of Montgomery, 6 blocks away from the State House, looking just like I look now with my suit and everything. On the back of my windshield of my car is a sticker about that big that clearly says member of the Alabama Senate 2022, now it does, to 2026. And the very car that I was driving on that day, which is a 2002 Mustang. By the way, that I happen to be driving today, the same car.
A red one.
Red. And I get profiled and stopped on the main street in the city of Montgomery. So don't, I'm not saying it's with you, at you now. I'm making a statement. So don't let anybody tell me that when I'm talking about that the discrimination just simply because of who you are is a far-fetched and a far reach in the conversation I'm saying, then that's telling me that they have not been exposed or informed of the realities of living not only in this state, but in this country. of facing discrimination. I can give another example. Another example. I went into a store and went into this store, so that was many years ago. My son was in college, my oldest child, and he came home, and we had conversations about what we were talking about now. Because, see, we have to do something a little different, okay? Black people have to do something a little different. I'm not saying the other people don't, but black people do. You said, what's that? When our kids leave home, we have to teach them how to get back home safe. And we're not talking about safe with other people in the streets. We're talking about safe from the stuff that I'm talking about now. See, we have to teach them. We have to let them know that you may run into this when you get out there, even in 2024, that you may run into this. And this is how you may want to approach what you run into. So even as we sit here today, 2024, 2025, see, they know I'll let you help me. I'm one of those kind of people, if I need help, just help me. But 2025, that we're facing these same kind of challenges and things that we've had to deal with as life has moved on. Now, the other thing I was going to say when I mentioned about my son was this. This is what I told him. And some of y'all heard this, a few of y'all. I said, this is what we're going to do. We left church and we came home to eat. We had to go back to church for a program that evening, I guess about 4 maybe. So I said, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. I said, I'm going to put on my jogging suit, a black jogging suit, and just for the record, the jogging suit had an emblem on it. And it had the emblem of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. And I'll just tell you, one of my alumni members in the fraternity that I'm in was the first African American to serve as a Supreme Court Justice, Thurgood Marshall. He's an alpha man. So I want even the people in this town to understand how prestigious this fraternity is and its members. But yet, I had on a black jogging suit, my emblem there. But now I told my son, I said, I'm gonna show you the difference. We walked in, and everybody in here know I like to wear hats. You know, I wear a hat, ball cap. And so I had on a black ball cap, and yes, they're in my car now. You've seen me with my shades. I got some black Ray-Ban shades. So we walk in there, he had a jogging suit on. I said, now let me tell you what's gonna happen to you. Just because you're black. I said, when we walk in here, you're gonna hear this sound. You're gonna hear ding, 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 ding. That's security alerting security to watch these people who just walked into this store. The reason I know, because I used to be a manager in a large retail store once upon a time in my life. So I understand protocol about that. I took him to a certain section. It's just looking through this section. And I'm standing like I'm standing now, and he's standing here. I said, look over my left shoulder and to the second aisle back, and you're gonna see security scoping us out. Sure enough, I said, now, I'm gonna show you how you can determine whether they are really scoping us out. I said, let's move down here to the next aisle at the bottom. When we got down there, I stood just like this. I said, look behind my right shoulder. Do you see security down the other end? And he said, yeah, I see security on the end. I said, okay. Now, as we moved out the store, security gonna beam and come out the store. But I was making a beam to the counter to pay for it. So I paid for it. Walked on out. We went to church. I dressed like this. Okay? After church, I told my son, I said, let's go back to the drugstore. Okay, so now he dressed like this, 6'3", tall, about 220, 25 pound, muscular guy. He was a college athlete, by the way. And so I politely, we went in. I said, now watch this. We walk in the store, no dings or no anythings. And after I got a little bit in the store, the first thing the counter person said was this: how you doing, Senator Smithman? How's everything? Fine. We couldn't even find anybody to wait on us because they were so far away from us when I walked back in there the second time. The point I was making is simply this: I was discriminated my own self. The only reason I wasn't discriminated the second time because there go the senator. But how many senators we got in this state? 35. How many folks we got in this state? Over 5 million. So what is 35 from 5 million? Don't give me the numbers. I'm making a point. Every one of them people, under different circumstances, is subject to be discriminated against. As I said here, this bill is vague enough to justify scrutiny, harassment of women who don't look enough like women to a bystander. By the way, this recently happened, what I just said, in the U.S. Capitol, when representative, and this is a representative I think is there now, the name is Laureen Boebert. I don't know if you know her or not. What's the name? Say it again. Boring. You've heard of her? Y'all know her? Okay. Accused a non-transgender woman in the restaurant room of being a man because she thought she looked like Congresswoman Sarah McBride. And Congress hasn't even passed it's just a definition bill. They hadn't even passed it. And this is clearly not the intent of the bill and will lead to countless instances of harassment and discomfort. That's the first kind of thing I'm talking about. Remember the airplane and remember the wings. No, this is not the intent. You stated what the intent, your intent was of this bill. But these are the consequential intentions and things that may take place. As it says, it is one step away from, what we called, and I understand what you told me, but I call it a bathroom bill. The ban on trans people in bathrooms. Evident by the fact that it started as a bathroom bill. You know how it started. And you did do what you said you did. You removed the portion of it and made it just a definition. But this bill, based on what this title is, was written, I think that this is one of those bills I've heard other people talk about from national perspective that I think that we are, stepping to be a part of. And I think that it's, it was putting an undue burden. Now, you say you took out the part with the universities. Did you say that?
I did, strictly definitions.
You did strictly definitions?
I have worked very closely with all of our university partners, and I have not had one person come to me to say that they are not okay with this definition bill. As a matter of fact, I've been very clear and met with many of them and had discussions.
Thank you.
Did my sweet mate take up some of your time there?
Oh, you really were trying to help me. Yeah, you want to know the truth. I got several of those Law Institute bills that I think there's one of them, and I just hadn't received it, so that was a young man back there trying to get my attention. And I was so busy talking with you that I didn't pay him any attention. Now, tell us again, if you don't mind, a little slower, without me reading it. Let me ask you this. What else does this bill do? I mean, I'm not saying does it do. I know you did what you said you did in the bill, but now after doing that, what else does this bill do?
Well, Senator Smithman, I have known you long enough that I feel for sure that you know what a man is and what a woman is. And you don't need it defined, I know, but that's exactly what we feel like we have to do in this bill, and that's all we're doing is just defining those terms. It's based on what you were born with at birth and what God gave you.
Okay.
If you were born with male parts at birth, you're a man. If you were born with lady parts at birth, you're a woman. It's just that simple.
Okay. Let me see. I'm reading your bill, by the way. That's what I'm sitting there. So what changes then from what we're doing now in terms of, they just say our public facilities that's going to be required by the state?
As we define this, what we're doing is we're codifying these definitions into law. And I believe these are much needed and definitive guidance for our state agencies and others just to have this information codified into law.
Okay, but what about, I'll let you come if you want to come on. But in terms of our facilities, our public facilities or whatever, what changes would this law require that they would have?
By having these definitions, these state agencies and other organizations will have this information in law that they're able to refer to as they're making their plans for their facilities and their agencies.
Well, now you heard me read that about the Congresswoman. If you,
I can't speak to that.
Okay, but I got a question behind that.
Okay.
Not that right there. Okay. Who is gonna make the determination? Let's just say we riding down 65. We come up on a rest stop, big rest stop. We at the rest stop. Who is going to make that determination?
So the law will say, just like I said, this is the definition of man, this is the definition of woman, and then they will use that as their guidance as they're making their rules.
Okay, I'm not the rules, but I'm saying who is going to identify enforce it, that somebody's breaking the rule.
So this bill does not go into that at all. All it does is just give these basic common sense definitions.
But no, but you mentioned when you said that they were going to be able to go by it, and what is it they're going to be able to do when they go by it? That's what I'm trying to determine. To what extent it's going to allow them to take action?
But they'll do exactly what they do right now, depending on what agency or organization you're talking about. They will just have this codified in law that if they want to send out, for instance, you know, a place on a form or an application that says, you know, are you male or female? And according to these definitions under Alabama law, are you male or female? It's as simple as that. This is all this bill does, is just create the definition in law.
So are you saying that under the scenario that I mentioned about the rest stop, then this bill is not going to have any effect on that at all?
I'm saying my bill does not address anything at rest stops at all. It just clearly defines man and woman.
Will it give an agency the authority to address that?
It does, based on law.
Based on which law? This
The
law
law-
we passing
the law.
or some other law?
Well, as we're putting these definitions in law, they'll be able to use that.
So these definitions, then we could reasonably make an assumption that it's going to cause agencies to have to alter how facilities are used.
So I don't want to make an assumption about anything. All I'm saying is this is what I feel is the right way for us to define these gender terms into law. And, you know, people use the law every day to go about their business for their agency and their organization and things throughout the state. And all we're doing is asking you to put this in law, these definitions, again, of boy, girl, man, woman, male, female, mother, father. It's as simple as that. Common sense, in my opinion.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but if we took only that approach to it, that all we're trying to get them to do is what you just said, then that's saying that we're going down the racetrack like a horse does, and by the way, let's put some blinders on. And all this that I'm asking over here, we ain't gonna see that. All we wanna do is just run down this track. It's like the plane. We don't care if it take the folks out on the side, because the destination to the plane where it's supposed to be going is what's just mentioned about the bills in terms of the definition. But as I said, all these things that I'm bringing up and asking and talking about are those things that are on the side that these wings very well could take out. And we are not even considering those things because we want to just go down the track of the airport, no matter what happened over here. And that's kind of why I'm standing here, because that's not the right approach to take to any bill, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Let me say that. You've got to take into effect the consequences of what we're doing in any situation and what impact it's going to have on people, period. Not just the people who want what we're trying to accomplish, but the people who it's going to have an impact on. You know, because no matter what we think, no matter how we feel, no matter how we agree or disagree, God made all of us. God made all people. And if you're a citizen of this country, you do have some rights. And that's what I'm talking about, the incidental situations that may take place as a result of this. The definitions is not the incidental thing that will take place as to the implementation of these definitions are going to have an impact. And this bill does not seek, even the original bill, by the way, so I'm not talking about that did and this didn't. The bill itself does not seek to address that. I'll give you an example of what I'm saying. We be so eager, let me take you back. Back in the day, I can give you some time frames. Up until about 2012, anytime that we had a tax cut, we had to show that we had corresponding revenue that matched the cut. We had to be cutting something over here. Getting revenue for somewhere over here in addition. And the projections from the budget office would reflect to us that that amount or their amount close to would be over here, so we could do that. After that point, we started this spiral process that we still are in, that if we just kind of wake up the next day, and I'm not criticizing anybody, well, this is a fact. We wake up the next day and say, oh, I had a great idea. And then we come down here, we meet, with our colleagues and say, let's give a tax cut over here. But we haven't done anything to the corresponding revenue that we're going to lose because we're giving a cut over here. The reason that I shared that is because that's what we're doing here. Same thing. It's great, and people probably needed the tax cut. People need it now more than ever. But in terms of our state budget, it's unfortunate, but we're not like the federal government. We don't print money. So since we can't print it, we got to operate in that vacuum of how much revenue we receive. And so that's why we have to take into account those. It's the same situation here. This bill is deeper than just the definitions in terms of its implementation of those definitions. So what are we going to do about those things? And yes, they have to be addressed. We can't address just this and turn our back and say, all right, we did our part. I can't worry about that. I'm not saying that's what anybody said. But if you hadn't marched down those steps, you don't know how many steps it is and how difficult it may be to march down. That may not be important. But when you have, and as you go through life, you probably will, you being me, I'm the you, probably will run into those situations. Then certainly you'll be concerned about that. I've seen, let me just tell you how close. In fact, as I keep talking and I flash back, I can think of an incident. It may seem small. It didn't bother me because I was in a hurry to get somewhere. But I'm out of town. And I ain't gonna say where I was, but I'm looking at one of my colleagues who represents this place, and in here now. And I'm standing at the gate to go through the gate to go into this particular arena. And just for the record, this happened last month on Martin Luther King birthday of all days. We're getting ready to play in a tournament. I don't go in with the team because I'm getting stuff out of the vehicle. Some of the other coaches in the team go in. Someone in front of me was getting ready to go into the place, and no, they did not look like me. And the person looked at them, and they said, well, you come on in. You know, they're the metal detectors, security right there, the people at the desk. I come in, I'm right behind them. I got my school stuff on. I got my phone right here. On this phone is my coaching card from the Alabama High School Athletic Association. I have to say that, let folks know I'm just as real as any coach in your neighborhood in terms of coaching. Pull it out, know I got to show it. As I get ready to walk in, get what they tell me. I need you to take everything out your pockets. I need you to take this off. You got anything else? So, I took everything off, but I went one step further. I did like in the airport, because I was proving a point. I took my shoes off. I took my watch off. I took my belt off. I put all that over there. And as I began to take that, they said, well, no. And I went through. And I just made a statement, and I ain't going to say what I made, very nice, to identify the fact that you let this person walk through here that don't look like me. You're going to stop me and strip search me, and just for the record, I'm your next ball game. I'm the person that's going to be sitting on the bench for these people coming in here to see the team play. Okay? So I said that again just to say that don't nobody tell me about that don't exist. That's all I just wanted to say. Don't nobody tell me that. Nobody tell me that I'm far-fetched up here what I'm talking about, and it shouldn't be a concern. If you don't live it, you don't understand it. Just that simple. So that's why I'm saying here is that we are not talking about what's going to happen after these definitions. All we're talking about is these definitions right now. And I'm trying to get us to see that that's got to be dealt with. Well, it's got to be dealt with that in here, that the people who are going to make an effort, I'm going to be right with you, the people who are going to make an effort to implement what we are talking about have to have some guidance and some standards from us. And number one, that in no way they will be implemented to discriminate against anybody in terms of discrimination, whatever the intent is for them to do it. We can't do that. We have to say it. We even can't say, well, we gonna pass it and it's up to them to promulgate the rules or whatever, and we ain't got nothing to do with it. We can't wash our hands because we the one who started this process by passing this. So we're the foundation for what they do. Our hands are not clean because we pass it and put them behind us. Our fingerprints are on it because we are the ones who pass. You were talking to a good man right there. A good man. But that's why you see me standing here. Because I'm gonna give you a little example, another analysis. That's a little story. And from time to time, I like to tell things in parables because Why? Because that's what the Lord Jesus did. And if you think I'm not correct, when you go back to your office, you know them pretty Bibles that they gave us? Didn't you get one? Isn't that a pretty Bible?
Beautiful.
Beautiful. And that big one, boy, it breaks everything down. So now I got 35 colleagues who got this. We all got the same Bible. Same Bible. And so look at that Bible, and you're going to see how he tells the stories, his parables. You know, remember the lady at the well? Remember the lady at the tomb? He tells about that, the parables. Okay, remember the ill person who just wanted to touch the garment? Okay. We're going to be able to tell in parables. Okay? So that's what we are saying here in terms of the way we're trying to share the information about these kind of situations, is that you have to show people kind of examples of what you're saying that happens in these kind of situations. And surely, you know, if you don't, if you're not faced with it, it's hard to see it. You ever notice when you buy a car, what kind of car do you usually drive?
Jeep.
Okay, that's good. You ever notice after you got this Jeep, how many Jeeps you noticed that was out there? This where you have to look and so I see a Jeep. Yeah. That's the same thing. Why I think he said it in parables. So I'm gonna give you a little story about what I'm talking about. That was a sheep, the head sheep of the sheeps. That was a sheep herder. And that was a wolf. And the wolf came to the sheep herder and said, look, so you got these sheep around the outer perimeter who are sick, ill, deformed, and who are dying. They say, I'm just going to eat up the sheep who are sick, ill, and dying. I'm not going to touch these other sheep right here. Not at all. So one of the sheep went astray. The sheep herder went to find the sheep that was astray. When he came back, he noticed that he didn't see his sheep, or see all into the sheep. Didn't see the sheep. Didn't see him. So the wolf was standing up there by him like this, just kind of looking at him. And he told the wolf, he said, I thought you told me you just gonna get the one that was sick and deformed. And the wolf didn't say nothing for a minute. And then the wolf said, you know what I want next? You know what he was talking about?
I think I know where you're going.
Yeah, he ready to eat up the sheep herder now. Okay? Now, let's translate this to what we're doing right now. It's nothing addressed to deal with the discrimination I'm talking about with them. Am I going to be next? Just like the sheep herder? That's the question, not for you. I'm not asking you. I'm just telling you where I'm coming from. Is that discrimination have to be addressed wherever it might be. Because if not, for some people can think that it's acceptable to address it wherever they be. And in this case, I stand here because having lived a life and still live a life just like I described to you just a few minutes ago. In 2025, the damage was not monumental, but the process was the same. So, what are we doing past those definitions to make sure that we're not encountering this kind of discrimination by somebody who, first of all, ain't even trained to even recognize and know the difference between the two, making decisions that they're going to treat someone like they are or are not. That's the first thing. The second thing, how in the world can anybody determine anything like that when all of us are going to make a similar appearance of how we dress and how we go about ourselves? That's the kind of stuff that needs to be dealt. If we're going to take an issue and we're going to deal with that issue, we got to deal with the issue all the way down the line. The president has been set in this body that that's how we deal with things. You want to know what I'm talking about? You didn't ask the question, but I asked the question, I'm going to answer. Let's try Medicaid expansion. Let's try that. Let's try that. Everybody in the state know we need Medicaid expansion. But what is the consequence? What's the statement? Because the defense of it is because we shouldn't do that because we can't sustain it right here. I've heard that. Well, we're going to pick up the tab and blah, 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 blah. Okay? So we don't deal with it because we hadn't figured out, this is what I'm told, how are we going to deal with this down here? Okay? That is no different in this bill. Nothing has been addressed how we are going to deal with, or how it's going to be dealt with down here when the implementation of this particular bill is desired and is interpreted by, and you're going to have to help me here, because I get crossed up a little bit on this. Let's see. Let me see. Subjective. That's when I decide on my own whether something is or isn't. Isn't that right? To be able to do that in the man in the moon, but we're going to give them the power to discriminate.
So I would argue that it's indisputable biology and it's just common sense fact. And again, I hear you and...
Yeah, okay, I know, my statement goes beyond that, so I'm not here to, come back at what you just said. I'm saying, but it's not undisputable as to who gonna implement it and whether they're trained, because nothing in here is requiring that. So that's undisputable, what I just said there, because it's not taking issue.
Just a definition, Bill.
I know, but as you said, the definitions are gonna be there for the people who are gonna implement them. I mean, that's what we said. If I'm not right, correct me, but I think that we said something similar like that, did we not?
We did.
Something similar like that. I'll say it that way.
I got one.
So now we are But now we're not addressing it. That's not being addressed. And so and then that's what I was talking about. See, if this was this is just the first phase, because the second phase is the implementation of it. Okay? And the implementation is not even taking the definition and putting it in place, if you want to call it. It's the application of it. And let me just say something. In terms of the identification of people, how are they going to do that? How is it going to be implemented? Not the definition, but the application of the definition. How are they going to be implemented? Do you know? Do you have an idea?
And, I guess it would go back if you talk about, if it's litigated. If it's litigated, it gives the judge the clarity in the law to define these terms. And again, I don't think we're doing anything controversial. I think it's a very simple bill. Very simple definitions. Again, man, woman, male, female, boy, girl, mother, father. Simple definitions.
If you narrowed it to just whether or not we ought to provide some definitions, and then the definition that the statement you made, that is pretty simple, that what we are doing is pretty simple what we are doing. So I'm not taking issue with these statement you just made there. What I'm saying, though, that's not all what we're doing.
But I would say
that's maybe all what your intent for, or what your purpose, that may be your purpose, even in getting the bill and where we're standing now. I mean, it may be, okay? But I don't see in the bill where past your purpose, the implementation of this bill and the discriminatory possibilities and effects that it would have is being addressed as we move down the line. Okay? I don't see that. So that's what I'm saying now. It's easy to say, okay, let's just do this and because we're doing definition and go on. But we know that by what I just said alone, that there's going to be situations where if somebody gonna walk in. Let me give you an example. I have to tell my players when we go somewhere, is that when we walk in somewhere, no matter how cold it is outside, you got to take your hoodie off your head. Because just because you got the hoodie on, you got folks finna jump scared. Then the first thing they're gonna say, well, I got these gang of boys in here. Okay? That's what I meant. Well, that's what I was talking about. See, now we're saying that when people walk in these facilities, remember what I just said about the boys. These are basketball players. These are boys go to a IPAP STEM school. These are boys who have to maintain a 2.5 or better, or they cannot stay at the school. Okay? So, I had to say all that. This is a school that, I don't know the exact amount, but I'm just averaging. This is a school that probably has an average between a 22 and a 24 ACT scores for every kid in there. Okay, so these are what you call really good kids. But yet, these good kids, when they walk in there, and if they have this hoodie on, the person that making the evaluation already is saying they thugs because they got a hoodie on. The same thing we talking about these people. When they walk into those facilities, when people walk into facilities, they gonna do just like this congressperson did. Just cause somebody look away at you, their definition of how they ought to look don't match, then they're gonna make that call and they're gonna start reacting and whatever it is that they're gonna be allowed to do to address that, to the point they may be following folks in the bathroom. All of that. No matter what, any and everybody. And on top of that, just remember this. I'm always say this because I'm talking about the majority of people. I didn't say every person, but when you look like me, very seldom you get the benefit of the doubt. Very seldom. Very seldom you get the benefit of the doubt. And so that's the same thing. Once we pass this, anybody can make a thought or judgment or call on somebody. They ain't gonna give them no benefit of doubt. You're gonna be in some crazy things that people gonna be doing under the name of that. Under that name. And that's what concerns me as it relates to this particular bill. Not the fact that even you was talking about the definitions, but the fact of the implementation of this in a discriminatory manner in which it's going to be implemented, okay, in that manner. Because remember when I talked about Jim Crow, I'm talking about when did it pass? Like 1964, 65, and they tried to implement it like in 66 and 67. So we talking about 1966 and 67, and this is 2025. And as late as 2 weeks ago, faced the same thing, just in a different shape or form. So it's not unreasonable of what I'm saying. It's not unrealistic of what I'm saying at all. So now, having said all of that about me, how can we address that? How can my concerns be addressed? You have an idea, Senator?
And again, I think this bill is so simple. It's just simple definitions. Words, man, woman, male, female, boy, girl, mother, father. And I'm not saying a lot more about it because there isn't a lot more about it. It's just the simple definitions that simply put into law the inescapable fact that is proven by indisputable biology. And I believe that you are the sex that God gives you at birth. That's what this legislation defines.
I can't see. I'm waiting to get through. I heard what you just said. I heard what you just said. But that didn't address the question I asked. How are we going to address that aspect of it? Because it's as I said earlier, it's kind of like, well, I'm going to tell you something it's kind of like the Numeracy Act. Okay, let's take the Numeracy Act. We addressed what we were passing the act for, but then we had to come back and address how many coaches, math coaches we gonna have, what kind of tutoring is gonna be set up, who's gonna determine, what are the standards to determine whether a person is gonna need to be in those programs that the Numeracy Act is gonna provide.
And I would argue.
You remember all that?
I would argue with these definitions, the facts are already determined.
Yeah, but that's just like passing the Numeracy Act. We passing the definitions. That's the Numeracy Act. Okay, now what I just mentioned about those other things passing is the implementation of it. We had to make sure all that was in place too. We have just that responsibility here. Our responsibility is just to pass definition, go home to the house. We are only people that can set policy in this whole state. The county commission can't set it. Congress can't set it for us in the state. The school board can't set it. City council can't set it. So after passing that bill, we the one got to set the procedures and policy in place. Even if we kicked the can on and delegated it to some agency, to deal with what I'm saying, we've got to give them guidelines of what our intent was. Yeah, we have to do that because they surely ain't gonna know. And the only person then that's qualified if we don't give it is for a judge because the judicial system makes that interpretation. But we can't kick our responsibility down the road to the judge, the implementation of these. We can't do that. That's our job. That's our job.
I would argue that the judge
in fact, I wished when we did the budget, y'all probably won't want me to be budget chair, because let me tell you, I believe in line item everything that's got to be touched. I didn't say everything in there, but everything that's got to be touched. I mean, I don't think that I don't understand why in the world we give an agency a pot of money and then we turn around and got to go back to the agency to beg them to do something that we know need to be done in every community around this state. Well, all we got to do is say, such amount out this budget will go for this right here to be used in every community around this state. But we got to go down there and beg them that it's a good idea to help every community around in this state and then beg them to get some money to come back, and we the ones sent the money. No. And I know that to implement some kind of guidance in this bill here. If we don't do nothing but have a statement in there that none of the implementation of this shall discriminate against anyone. Yes. I'm serious when I say that. Yes. Because remember what I said about the sheep herder. They may come at them today. They'll be coming at me or black people tomorrow. Yeah. Yes. Yes, and I know this sounds strange because it's hard when you can't when it's hard to relate at the level. I can't say what people can relate and can't relate to, but it's hard to relate at the level that I relate to these things I'm saying. So I invite you, whenever we leave today, you don't have to do it, but I invite you, and you have an open invitation.
All right, time is up, I think.
Just
correct?
on the sub, right?
On the sub.
Yeah, just on the sub.
Okay.
Yeah.
Long roll.
All right. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chastain, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smethman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver,
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
All right, 26 ayes, 6 nays. The committee substitutes adopted. Senator Weaver.
Now, I would like to move final passage of this bill using previous roll with no objection.
Mr. President,
Yeah, Senator Smithman,
can I be recognized?
you're recognized.
Speak on the bill as amended.
Yeah, you're recognized.
All right, thank you. Do you want? Okay, y'all gonna talk. Trying to realize, I want to pick back up right where I was. That's what I'm trying to say there. I got a little distracted. I know where I was, but I was telling a story. And I'm trying to picture that story in my mind, what I was telling you. But, oh yeah. Now I'm back. As I was talking about the implementation, that's what I was talking about. That's what I was making reference to, is that we need to put something in there. If it ain't nothing but a disclaimer to saying that these definitions in no way are to be used or meant to be discriminatory against any citizen in this state, that we need to start there. That because an attention and an eye to discrimination need to be identified, and I think that that's important. I think that sets a precedent that whatever is done with those is not done in a discriminatory manner, and we can't substantiate discrimination by leaving it open-ended for somebody else to actually do that. See, one of the things, I know what it is now, one of the things that we have a tendency to base what we do is on our present situation. Let me say this to you. This is just me talking. By no means did I sit here and think that you would take this to discriminate against somebody. Okay? I want to say that to you. But this problem that we don't consider is that when you gone from down here, when I'm gone from down here, then we're not assured that the people who replace you and the people who replace me is not going to use it in that manner when there's no structure, There's no policies, procedures, no guidelines. Sometimes we forget when we make a law that until that law is changed, if it's changed, that it can be used to the nth of time when it's implemented, and it is based on whoever is implementing that particular law that we make. So we have to give clear directives, and we have to put those in law so that it won't be any misunderstanding or interpretation of its intent. And my concern with its intent that it's not set up to discriminate against anybody. It doesn't acquiesce even a, what they call that? One is a habit, maybe habit the right word. It doesn't set up that it's acceptable as a habit to do something that nature. And the only way you correct it, you got to call somebody on the carpet. Then you got to get somebody over here to say, oh, yeah, they look like that's what it is. If it's set out in there, it's telling you don't do this, point blank, not to be used for that purpose. And that's why you see me standing here. Because, oh, I know what I was going to tell you. I was talking about my office. That's what it was. And I'm going to say this. Right now as I stand, I always have to remind myself, I don't have to, but I remind myself of what we are talking about now. And time I walk into my office, I get reminded. Because when you walk in the little office I got, and the reason I say it's little, because I count, let me tell you how I can tell who got a big office and who don't. I count the ceiling tile. See right up there? Going across that one there, there's a half one. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and another half. Okay? Now, so
you need to come count my ceiling tile.
I got I probably got about 6 little tiles up there. So that's how little the office is. All right?
I bet mine's smaller than that.
But guess what? I can tell you, I know the very one on that hall I'm on that's the biggest office.
Is it yours?
No, it's on the other side of the hall. No, mine's one of them little ones. I tell you who used to have it, you wasn't here, but there's a senator called, his name is Sandiford, I think it's he was up in Huntsville or something like that. He used to be in that office. Prior to that, Senator Figures, and I'm not talking about the senator there, but her husband, he had that office prior to him being pro tem. Because I was in there with him one time visiting, I was counting tiles. So that's how I know what it is. Now, by the way, I'm finna say something. Afterwards, I got to get back to Maine, because it's probably some folks in here that don't expect me to say this. Okay. I hope when we go across the street that we ain't throw back into the closet. I'm talking about us. I hope folks up front ain't got them 1,000-foot rooms and we got the little 15-feet rooms. You know, now I'm saying all that now, putting the message out there, because they still in construction form, that I hope it ain't like that. I just hope it ain't. I hope that little conference room we get don't be a little closet conference room. And, you know, I realize we ain't got 20-something folks, but we want a baby what's called Taj Mahal. We want a baby. If we're gonna have the big one up front, we want a baby one. We want that look the same. You know how when you could get these Lexus cars, you can get the 350 or you can get the big 450. You see what I mean? I knew I might be riding in a Lexus 350, but I want to be in a Lexus just like the person in the 450. Okay, so I just had to get that in right now. I saw a little moment to sneak that in, so I wanted to get that in, and we're gonna address that later. But I just wanted to throw that in, put it on day Thursday, put it on people's mind about what I was saying about that. But now, when you walk into my office, And if anybody think that it's not like that, when we get out of session today, walk in there and look to the left. And before it's over with, I might bring it out here Tuesday. Because see, since I get the hour to talk, I can use a little demonstrator. Don't put it on the easel. Because I want everybody to see the last black legislators and congresspeople to serve in this state, and you will be proud of this statement. And they were Republicans. But the last ones to serve before Reconstruction, before the second calling of discrimination set in on us, to where then if peeled back, couldn't vote, got to count marbles, in a job before you can be able to vote, and say the Constitution inside out and backwards, and can't miss a question when they ask, all of that. Gerrymandering and districts and everything, all of that. Okay, to where it got to be that nobody down here looked like me was in this building. Nobody. Until J. Richmond Pearson, Judge U.W. Clemens, Tony Harrison in the House of Representatives. And that was back in '78 or something when he was down here. Yeah, and until all those people eventually, opportunity, of course, that was through courts, and allowed that to happen. Okay, so I had to say that for a reason, to let you know when you hear me talk about what I'm talking about, this ain't somebody being dilatory, or they just up there talking, or they just trying to do this. No. This is reality of life that we live. These are things that have happened over and over. So this ain't something that I'm making up. And getting back to the bill, because this is part of the bill, because I'm talking about discrimination in the bill. So I'm germane, but that's why you see me talking about this right now. See, that's why you see me talking about it right now. That we can't just skip over it like it's something that's unnecessary to talk about. In my world, it's necessary. It's necessary to talk about, because I've seen both sides of it as late as 2 weeks ago. Both sides of it, And when we pass bills down here, we have to be assured that those bills don't have that intent. Because in everybody's district, you may have small numbers, you may have large numbers, but we represent the same constituents. It's just that I may have more one constituent and you have maybe more of another group, but in the district I represent, every person that you can think of that's on the earth in this country lives with a small number or large number in that district, and in yours too. Everybody. Because I know to make up your district. Like we told them, we grew up. Now, hey, I used to come through there all the time. We get out on Sundays, clean them cars up, put a little gas in them. We gas was what, 24.9 cents a gallon.
Cruising Main Street.
Oh, we fill up just to cruise. We ride up a whole tank, then go back and then get some more gas. Oh, and I was econo back in them days. I had a little Volkswagen convertible with the stick in the floor. Not convertible. No, it wasn't convertible. No, that was a LeBaron. No, it was the sunroof, the little sunroof. You remember them?
I do.
I had an orange one. You remember them orange ones? I had an orange one.
Did it have the stripe down the side?
No, I had a stripe on there. But I had the little wood engraving on the inside. Oh, yeah, I thought I was big time then. Yeah, I thought I was big time. But see, that's back then, And I can tell you another one. Tell you another story. I got these stories I can tell you. I was in high school. Montvale High school. We
You were a
play-
bulldog.
Go Bulldogs. I'm playing basketball. Senior year, last game of high school, we lost to Cold Springs. You heard
Where's
of
Cold Springs?
You know, heard of Cold Springs?
I don't.
Who represents Cold Springs in here? You know what I'm talking about then? Cold Springs High School. Well, we played them there. Yeah, they good. They beat us. That made them good. Because we were ranked. And we lost by 1 point at the buzzer. So I took this guy home who lived in Wilton. You know what Wilton is?
I represent Wilton. Oh,
I know you do. That's why I was talking to you. And right down where you turn, going to Wilton, to cross the tracks, where the old little city hall made out of white bricks, regular bricks.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
All right. Okay, so I took him on down there, went on cross, and then went right back in the neighborhood. I came back, came to the stops. You know, there's a stop sign right there before you get on the main road.
Highway 25.
Right? Over to the corner, nice little open spot. Police can park there if they want to. I stop at the sign. Stop. No, I supposed to stop. Stopped. I pull out from the sign. Took a left, because you know I'm headed back over to the old mount. Know what I'm talking about?
I do.
All right. I turn left. Go by the block. He pull out. Remember I said about how to get back home? This is the result of that. He said, you ran the stoplight, stop sign. Now look, I done stopped. In fact, I sat there look like 5 minutes because I'm still down because we lost. Okay? So he said that, like you rolled a stop sign. I said, so this is what I told him. I said, look, officer. I said, I just lost the game. I said, you know, my mind, I said, it's been on that loss. This. Now, I ain't, that's what I told him. So he said, well, listen to this. I ain't done nothing now. This is what he said. He said, well, since that happened, I'm going to let you go. It wasn't nothing to let me go off. I hadn't done nothing. But he said, I'm going to let you go. I said, all right. He said, but it's listen at this. This is the code word. It's dangerous out here on these, this is what the code word. It's dangerous out here on these streets, so you need to go on home. You hear what I just said? So I said, all right. I said, I'm going on home. I ain't talking about right on my bumper or nothing. I ain't talking about like that. Do you know the Joker followed me to see if I was going home? Now, just for the record, I went home. I was headed home anyway, but I went home. See what I mean when I said what I said? When I talk about discrimination, I talk about that. I mean, it's alive and well. It's alive and well. And it's like a, what's that? It's something that grows. Somebody tell me what that is. Is a plant that grows in the ground and you have to cut that head off. If you don't, it'll just keep growing. Now I know a snake is like that. You gotta cut that head off if you want to get the snake. You can cut the tail off all you want to. It's just gonna grow back. You gotta cut that head off. Well, that's what I'm talking about, the head. The discrimination is the head. You know. And we gotta put something in there to try to assure that that's not the case. That's got to be addressed in the implementation of it. And I can't see how that's going to be done if it's not done on the front end of what we're trying to do, you know. So that's That's my general thinking about that. I do want to ask a question. I don't have to get an answer or nothing. But has anybody ordered us some lunch yet?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, can we suspend the rules? I mean, we can now. We got the pro tem in here, and we got all y'all in here, so we can do this. What I'm getting ready to say.
You have a sandwich on your desk back.
I think the rules chairman's on your side on that one.
Now, let me say this. We can have a one-day suspension of the rules that we can bring the lunch in here and eat at our desk. Now, the secretary didn't hear me say that because
I'm watching his face up there.
oh, don't watch it because I know what the answer to that, how he really feels now. So I'm not talking contrary to him. I just said that however we could, we probably need to have some little bills that we put around our neck so we won't get our clothes dirty. And then, you know how you have these desk calendars? We can have a little mat. Not calendar, but you have a mat that you eat on sometimes. Look like a desk calendar, but it's just a mat. We could have one of those so we won't have to mess up this pretty wood or something like that.
Like they used to have in the cafeteria.
Yeah, just like that. Yeah, we could do that. And then if you want to eat in peace, we could just have a sound on and not the picture where they could see us. But we could just have a sound on. You know how you do when you're in Zoom? We said we're going to be in Zoom for 1 hour. And then everybody can eat. Then we can keep on going and doing what we're doing, And we'll be successful at what we're doing, because...
We wouldn't have to blur our background. It's very nice background in here.
That's right. And then I want a special rule change if I can. And I see my chairman of education policy back there, so he can do it. We can put it in his committee, and we're gonna change the rules that we can look at the playoffs up here on the screens. That's an educational policy. We can go through that committee and vote that on out right quick. Get it out here to y'all, because I think it's gonna come on. They don't show the regions. Do they show the regions? I don't think they show the regions. They just show the state. So that'll be the last week of February. Yeah, the last week. We should be able to come in and do what we got to do, and we can recess and then eat. Can you imagine seeing the playoff on all three of them screens right there? Boy, that would look nice.
Is there a playoff today?
No, they just it's Friday, it's Saturday, but that's not the state. It's just the stuff at the little high schools, But at the state stuff, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, that's gonna be, and then we need to pass a special rule that if not, that no sound now, but you can have a screen at your desk on your, if not the state computer, on your personal computer, so you can kind of look, because a lot of us represent those schools, and you do have a concern and interest in those schools, how they perform and how they do, and you also want to tell people that you had a chance to see them, even if it's by Zoom. I had to do that last night. My granddaughter played last night. She plays in college. And they played last night, and I would have gone to her game wherever they played, but I had a game. So my game was at 6. Hers started at 7. We got through about 7:30, 7:45. So then I hit the phone on ESPN Plus, because they play on ESPN. So on ESPN Plus, so in fact, when my phone was ringing, I looked at it before I took it off, the sound, and that was her calling me. She wanted to confer that. She asked, "Did you see me?" So that's what I'm just making reference to. We could do that.
I'm glad that you have that technology now. I'm sure that you served many years where you didn't have the opportunity to do that and missed a lot of family obligations during those years.
You're right. You are right. Because I know I'm telling you my age, but I go back to the beeper age. I had the little beepers.
I had a beeper.
Yeah, I had the beeper. I go back to the beepers. Then we got fancy with the beepers. You remember? You could almost like you could text and leave a message. You know. And so, no, let me see. Why don't we talk a little bit about these definitions? You know, tell them, you know, let's see. Let's see, let's look at this. What's this part at the bottom on your synopsis on the sub? It said this bill would also require the state a political subdivision that collects vital statistics related to sex as male or female for certain purposes to identify each individual as either male or female at birth. What does that mean?
So that's what I was talking about before, and it just gives guidance on, you know, if they want to place on a form or an application something that says something like, according to these definitions under Alabama law, are you a male or a female? You are what you are at birth. You add it to the form, and that's the way that goes. And again, we're just going back to these definitions of these words. Boy, father, female, girl, male, female, mother, father. Everything is based on what God gave you at birth. And again, I think this is a very simple bill. It shouldn't be controversial. And yeah, I would challenge anybody in here that I just don't think there's any way that the definitions listed here are in any way inaccurate. And again, I believe this was just a very simple bill and it shouldn't be controversial. You want me to keep talking?
Okay. I'm looking in here on page 3, isn't it? Isn't that page 3?
So does yours have a lot of like green highlighter and stuff on there? So you want me to tell you what that's about?
Yeah. Now that's really what I wanted to ask.
Okay, so what's you have some green highlighter and some things on there, and when I came in here, I haven't had a clerk, so I've been trying to do all my stuff together, and so when I came in here, I had a sub that was my note sub. So
Is this it?
That's it. And so what I sent.
You want me to get it back to you then?
No, I copied mine by mistake. So you got all my notes too, because when I sent it out and said I have to have a sub from committee, the only one I had in here was the one that I had highlighted and I had taken to committee. So what that we had gone through committee yesterday, and if it was something somebody had asked me a question about or something we had talked about, I had highlighted it. So that's all that is. You have my notes instead of a clean copy.
Oh, okay.
Marked it up.
Okay,
That was what I was using in committee yesterday.
I got you. Oh, let me see.
So I do have something I want to say related to a comment that you made earlier.
Okay.
And you were talking about what's going to happen when you and I are not here. And I would just say the fundamental biological facts in these definitions haven't changed since the moment that God created man and woman. So when we're gone, Senator, the people who follow us are gone, and the people who sit in our seats 100 years from now are gone. I believe that these definitions are still going to be 100% accurate.
And my response to that because I had to say it that way. My response to that is this. My statement that I made, you mentioned that when you said the question I asked and this is that it pertained to the implementation of the definitions, not the definitions. So I want to make myself clear. When we are gone, okay, all right. When it's gone, and let me give you an example. Right now, if this law was challenged in court, you being the author of this most likely would be called upon at some point to answer a few questions.
And
okay. And let me show you something. I'm gonna give you an idea what I meant.
Okay.
Back in the day, I want to say I was the first person, but I may not have been the first. I could have been number 2. I'm just saying that so if somebody said, no, this was what it was, I won't take issue with them. But I'm the person who, with the help of this legislature, House and Senate, was able to pass the grandparent visitation right bill. Okay? See what I'm saying? That's been changed. The courts made a different ruling, and then we've had one of our senators in here who came back with something about grandparent visitation, and then we ultimately are somewhere between what the court said and that. But when I passed the bill, there was a judge who lived in Bessemer, and his name was Judge King. And we were having a trial in there. And I was representing the grandparents who wanted the visitation. And the other person was representing the dad who didn't want them to have it. And it was a situation where the daughter who I represented the parents and the dad had no relationship. He didn't like the grandparents. He wouldn't visit the child or anything, but she died of an illness, the mama. So now he want to get the child, he want to punish them, he don't want them to have no visitation, he didn't like them, and they were the ones who really had been raising the child. And so the judge, we were sitting in there, and see, this is what I meant by that. You, right now, because you're here, if it was challenged, the judge most likely would do you like he did me. Listen at this, I'm the lawyer on the other side. So the other lawyer said, how we know the intent of the legislature in passing this bill?
So
Let me show you what happened.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you what happened,
Okay.
then I'm gonna stop. You know what the judge did? The judge said, Attorney Smitherman, take the witness stand. He said, hold your hand up. He said, do you solemnly swear truth or truth? I said, yes. He turned to the other lawyer and kind of smiled. He said, if you want to know the intent of the legislature, we not only have a representative of the legislature here, but we have the main sponsor of the bill. So I will tender the witness to you. He looked at me. He said, kind of smiled and said, I don't have any questions. Because I had already been talking about it in the trial. The intent of the legislature was for a grandparent to do this, intent was to do that. Now, if I wasn't in there, there's no way unless they subpoena the legislator who was involved in it, that they will never know what the intent of that bill was. That's what I'm saying here. It's past the definitions, it's the intent. The same sort of scenario I showed you I had to do intent. It's what I'm addressing. Is that the intent, the implementation of the intent, if it's not clear in here, it's subject to whoever is the person have authority thinks that it ought to be implemented. And that may be totally contrary to the problems and the things that we're that I'm trying to address to make sure that that does not happen in this situation. So,
And I hear you, and I would be happy to go testify wherever I needed to talk about the intent of this bill. And I would challenge anybody to make a case that any of these definitions listed here are in any way inaccurate. I mean, they are biological facts.
we're not saying they're inaccurate. We're not saying they're accurate. What we are saying that when they are put into action, that's the problem. The action of them. Not the reading of them, but the action. There's no clear path as to how to take these and apply them. And as a result of that, that's why I gave all those examples I gave of me going in the drugstore, of what this congressperson did. I read off here. That's what we've got to make sure that doesn't happen. It's bigger than just where the definition is just trying to define. Because just remember, see that hand right there? Hand got 5 fingers. You're talking about in this bill, one of the 5 fingers, a segment of our population, transgender. You're talking about a section there. I just talked about alone 2 other sections of this hand. Black people, and I talked about something else. Okay.
So,
Lose a finger, it's gonna affect the hand.
so
If you're looking to find another finger, then you're gonna come get that finger. Now I ain't got but 3. I know I'm talking about my hand versus what I'm talking about out there, but that's the point I'm trying to make. We can't ignore that. I'm not saying anybody trying to or not trying to do, but we can't ignore that. Because it's just as real as you and I standing right here. Just as real.
So I'll tell you, I agree with you. I have 5 fingers too, just like you.
Okay.
Yep. Men and women, I think we're legally equal.
All right, buddy.
But also there are,
Yeah.
you and I are not physically the same.
No.
And that is what
No.
this bill defines. So again, back to the definitions. Very, very simple bill, shouldn't be controversial. And I would challenge anybody to make the case that any of these definitions listed here are in any way inaccurate. We're defining boy. So I know for some of the people up there who don't have this sub, we're defining it as boy, a human male who has not yet reached adulthood. Father, the male parent of a child or children. Female, when used in reference to a natural person, an individual who has, had, will have, or would have, but for the development anomaly, genetic anomaly, or accident, the reproductive system that at some point produces ova. That's a female. A girl, a human female who has not yet reached adulthood. Male, when used in reference to a natural person, an individual who has, had, will have, or would have, but for a developmental anomaly, genetic anomaly, or accident, the reproductive system that at some point produces sperm. Man, an adult human of the male sex. Mother, the female parent of a child or children. Now, I'm not the medical expert in this body. I'm looking at Dr. Melson, who has a lot more clinical experience that I have, and certainly Dr. Stutz over there as an OBGYN. I guarantee you, he can tell you the difference between man and woman. Am I correct, Dr. Stutz? Okay. That's exactly right. So, again, I just feel that this bill is simple, shouldn't be controversial. You know, back to what I said before, I think this is the simplest and easiest to understand bill that we were going to consider this whole legislative session. Men are born men, women are born women, and this legislation simply reinforces that inescapable fact. Yet again, I just read you the definitions, and it provides precise definitions of these words. Man, woman, male, female, boy, girl, mother, father.
Mr. President, without losing my time and place, I know time gonna run, without losing my time and place, I'll yield for a question for the senator to ask us.
All right, Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Weaver, I have a question on this, and what I don't understand. You keep saying that it's the simplest bill that we'll have all session. It keeps going back to, it's really all about the transgender. The Bible, one thing about it, does not mention transgender at all, you know, and so, I mean, I don't know, maybe it kind of rubs me differently when we keep referring back to the Bible when none of this is based on the Bible and what the Bible says and how we treat each other. But the question I have for you is, we're putting something in law, and we're looking at the people who will be using the law. And quite frankly, if you read the Bible, we didn't really have any problems until we had the law. The law is the problem. But the people who are going to be using this, law enforcement agencies, all of our agencies that are government agencies that deal with people, medical facilities and hospitals, because quite frankly, if I'm a person that was born of one sex and I go to a doctor and they ask questions, and even if I'm dressing, a cross-dresser, whatever, it would not be in my advantage to lie about something like that when I'm trying to get treatment. If I'm a man and I look like a woman, but they're treating me for a situation, you know, that deals with the woman, and I'm really not, you know. So I cannot understand, and that hasn't really been a problem that a person, because really, medical records are personal records. Of course, I don't know how personal they are right now, but it's supposed to be personal information, and again, by HIPAA laws. So if I go to a doctor's office, everything is confidential between myself and that doctor. But it wasn't too long ago, and the skepticism and not the lack of trust of this bill is because it wasn't too long ago that we had a bill here, if you might remember, that I'm trying to think what it was called, but it was a bill that actually doctors, people in the medical profession could not serve you, that they could deny you service because if they didn't like, because of that. And since we're talking about religion, because of their religious objection, they could deny you service. And we know that people who are gay or whatever are targets. So if you go into a hospital or medical facility to get treatment, and because of, you know, it was called a conscience bill, that's what it was. Because of their conscience or their religious beliefs, they didn't have to serve you. But you took an oath, and that was a profession that you chose. You're in the medical professions. It was a profession that you chose, it didn't choose you. So when you went into that profession, you can't pick and choose who you serve. I think this bill is going to raise those kinds of issues, and it will give people a feeling of empowerment that I'm following the law. And the law says that, well, you know, if you're a man, you're supposed to be this, you're not supposed to. I think it was going to unfairly target people. Well, that is not, I don't think, the intent, but it is going to happen. And my first thought is, I said, some people are going to get killed behind this. I was talking with a minister who before had really was on the other side, and I don't know really where he is right now. But him looking at, he says, I wouldn't want my granddaughter in the bathroom and the guy walk in, and dressed like that. And I'm saying, yeah, you're right. I think we all feel that way. I feel the same way when it comes down to people who are transgender who are participating in sports, because there is an unfair advantage based on your hormones and things like that. But then I really don't understand all that what people go through when they go through the whole treatment of being changed or whatever. But yesterday, listening and sitting in that public hearing, he comes back and he says, maybe I've been looking at this all wrong. Because one of the last speakers that came up, if you'll remember, was a gentleman that says, I'm a transgender. He comes up and I'm thinking, okay, here's this guy. I wonder what he's going to say. He's not a guy. He says, first thing he says, I'm a transgender. He has a beard, he looks like a man, and he says, if this bill is passed, I would be forced, based on the gender that I was born, to use the women's restroom. This is going to be the case throughout, where people, and I say this, ADA solved the problem in a sense. I dealt with people with disabilities, and the issue was, I couldn't get in the bathroom, so your accessible bathrooms have to be large and have all these other fixtures and everything. But it's a unisex bathroom. Men and women use it. It's usually single, so you go in, I don't have a camera in there, I don't know what you are, I don't really care. The person just wants to use the bathroom. But this bill, if it is passed, and always, as we pass laws, there's always going to be people who are going to abuse and misuse to their own advantage or whatever. I think this is one of those bills that's going to be misused and abused because of the lack of interpretation as far as what is a male and what is a female, and people are going strictly by it. Now, I do not think it is going to stop anybody from dressing how they want to dress, acting the way they act, and some people, if you've ever been around people in that community, and if you've ever known anyone from when they were a child and growing up, and I have, that's who they are.
And this bill doesn't stop them from doing whatever they want to do. It doesn't have anything to do with identity.
So maybe I'm missing something. Tell me.
Here's the thing. Just because you're dressing like an astronaut does not make you an astronaut. Just because you're dressing like a pirate does not make you a pirate. This bill doesn't have anything to do with that. It is simple definitions. It doesn't have anything to do with HIPAA. It doesn't have anything to do with serving others. It is proven fact and indisputable biology putting these definitions into law. That's it.
So we've been, all 35 of us in this body, as long as we've been on God's green earth, you don't know you're a man. You don't know you're a woman. As long as there have been sexes and genders around, now, and regardless of what the other folks call themselves, we need to have a law in Alabama to tell us you're a man. And you're absolutely right. It doesn't matter what you wear. It doesn't matter what you call yourself. You are who you are. Why do we need a law to now define or tell us, as long as we've been living, we have to pass a law in Alabama to let you know that you're a man? I don't understand that.
And I agree
things that
with
we
you.
could be dealing with.
When we have had such
what now brought this
social
on?
debate, when we have to put common sense into law like this,
it's common
that
sense
tells
that
you
we don't need it.
If we didn't have such trendy and dangerous social theories that had gotten us to this point, we wouldn't have to bring these.
Who passed those things that got us to this point right now? I don't think it was on my side of the aisle.
I don't know what you're referring to, but I'm just
Well,
saying.
I didn't bring that up. But tell me the end result, and I always start with the end, because like if you do something, why are you doing it? What do you hope to get out of this? Not you personally, but the state of Alabama. This will become a state law. I can just imagine we got 50 states, and out of all 50 states, and maybe this is something that's coming down, but that all 50 states gonna pass this law to say, okay, you gotta tell us that this is a man and this is a woman. I bet you can get any preschooler, and you point to the board and says, what's that over there? That's a man. Is that a man or a woman? Man. Little kids know. We are lawmakers and we don't know what a man or a woman is. Even though we might look at some who might dress that way, be like, no, we know. So what is your end game?
My end game is to define these words.
No, I mean the end game as far as the benefit to the state, or what do I expect to see as a result of passing this? Because we don't need to be passing laws that don't make any sense. So what's the reason for passing it? And if it passes, when it passes, what then? What do I expect to see?
And again, it goes back to the conversation that I had with Senator Smitherman earlier. We're just putting these definitions into law to give our judges, our state agencies, everyone who needs definition, a much needed and definitive guidance on these common sense definitions.
And I've never heard one judge that somebody came before them that this was an issue. So tell me how this is helping the judges.
Well, it gives them definition.
All this time, they better go back and rehear all of the cases that they've been hearing, because they've been hearing cases, men and women coming before them. Whether it's divorce court or whatever.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you think any of these definitions in this law are inaccurate?
I think what we are doing is reinventing the wheel. I can look at a chair. The chair already has a definition. Why do I have to pass a law to define it again?
Because sometimes we just need a little common sense.
Which we are thoroughly lacking. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you very much. He wants me to keep talking.
Okay.
Chairman. My grandmother used to tell me that common sense ain't common. And as I got older, I thought about it. Common sense is not common. If that were the case, we'd all have common sense. It's not something that everybody has. We are creating a problem to try to find an answer to where it doesn't need. To put it in layman's term, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's where we are. I'm not broken. I am a WOMAN. I don't need a law to tell me that I am. Now, some people may need to go to the bathroom, check themselves out, if you don't know. At any rate, it doesn't matter with me what you call yourself. And us passing a law is not going to change perception of how people feel about themselves. But it's really not about that. When you put something into law and everybody has to abide by the law, now you change the treatment or mistreatment of a person based on a perception of a law that we pass by definition, that this person doesn't fit in this square or this round peg based on the law and the definition that we have passed. And that therein is the harm to this bill. And really, I think the emphasis behind the whole intent. Because if we go to court, the court has to base it on law. Perfect example, IVF. We tried and tried and tried to get them to change the definition of embryo, that it was not a child. We would not change that. Accidents happen as they will. It goes to court. It goes all the way to the Alabama Supreme Court. They ruled that that's murder, basically, and it is based on the definition of the law that we pass. You know that an embryo is not a child, but y'all passed that law. Although you can't take that embryo off your taxes, I can't count him to put him in school to start playing music so that he can be educated or whatever. I can't take any of the benefits, but we said that this person is a child. I can't take him out and show him and, expected that was going to grow. It couldn't even develop into a child unless they were outside the womb. That's not by definition that we passed that law. And so when we had breakfast with the justices, as the Judiciary Committee does every year, had an opportunity to sit beside the Supreme Court Justice, and I asked him, I said, I want to ask you about the case that y'all just ruled on, if I may. I said, I guess you know where I'm going. But I said, let me just say it. I asked him, can I take him off my income tax? I just asked all those questions, can I claim this child? Can I do X, Y, Z? And I said, no, you don't have an answer for it. I said, but you know what? Any lawyer worth their salt would eat us for lunch based on this definition. But I didn't fault them because they had no choice. They don't interpret the law, or they don't make the law, they interpret the law. And we gave them a clear definition that this is the definition of a child. Although if I looked at an embryo and I looked at a live child that's in preschool or kindergarten or playing and Googling or spitting up or whatever little babies do, and that's not what an embryo does. Definition. Our definition that we put into law. And all I'm saying to my colleagues is that we are going down a slippery slope that we don't need to go down. Once again, shining a negative light on the state of Alabama like we are from some backwoods. This doesn't make any sense at all. And I'm sorry, I just cannot agree with your rationale for this. This little simple law, as you call it, this little simple bill is about the simplest thing. No. Absolutely no. It makes no sense. And I think if you search your own conscience, you would agree. The intent behind this bill is really to change attitudes as people go in to get services, to have people looked at differently, to target, to isolate, and to give them a legal a leg to stand on and say, I can do this because this is the law. Doesn't make it right. It does not make it right.
I would disagree with you that is not the intent of this bill.
Well,
I mean,
that's the perception that I have.
Well, do you think that the definitions in here are inaccurate?
It's not those definitions, but it is how it is going to be used once you put something into law. It's kind of like we keep trying to stop progress. Or say that today is not today. We want to live back in the past.
So I would say we're not living back in the past. Again, we're just trying to put a little common sense into the law. And I disagree with you on that. I think that we are supporting Alabama values. I think that the people of Alabama agree with this. I know I've heard from my constituents, they support these definitions, and you and I will just have to disagree on that
Well, let me
part.
just say, I do believe that people are going to be killed and die behind this.
Senator Smithman, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we don't have but a few seconds, really. Before that hour was up, I do want to say that I am very concerned about the discriminatory nature that this is going to create and the problems it's going to cause. And I do think that needs to be addressed. But however, I'm going to yield back to you, the mic.
Okay. This time, I'd like to move for final passage using previous roll with no objection.
All right.
As
Secretary,
for
call the
long
long
roll.
roll.
Yeah.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Conley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver.
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 5 nays. Senate Bill 79 passes as amended. Thanks, Senator Weaver. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 5 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 4 by Senator Elliott regarding school safety. BR pending.
Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the BIR using the long roll.
Mr. President,
All right, Senator Smitherman.
I'd like to be recognized.
You're recognized.
Speak at the BR.
Okay, you're recognized.
All right. Senator, I do want to do this. I think you and I had a little conversation prior about this bill, but it wasn't in detail. So I want everybody to know that it's not like you and I didn't talk a little bit about this. Okay, so I just want to say that to everybody in here, but I'm just taking this moment to say this though, because it's related to bills and we're in the BIR, which is the bill, so it's pretty germane. I realize that this is the first day of, no, this is the third day of session. I want to say first, but the first week of session. I realize that we all are excited because we do have some new and progressive and good leadership, which I support our leadership 100%. Okay, I want to say that. But let me just say this. I want folks to listen. It's easier when you're gung-ho. Hey, this is what I have to tell my players. So I want you to know I'm using terms that I talk to high school kids with. But I also realize when people are gung-ho and they geeked all up and they ready to juke. And in that twisted juke, you just want to juke and roll like that, like what his name, Saquon Barkley for the Eagles. You want to roll and just run, and you want to run over everything that's there. But I would hope you wouldn't take that position just because we are talking. Not you, but I'm talking about the body. Because if we have 200 bills, then you're talking about 200 closures. You know, I had to say that because there are some people sometimes that don't understand that we do have to sit down and compromise. And sometimes a compromise is not always 50-50, it's 60-40. I may get 40, you may get 60. I may get 60 next time on something you have, and you say, okay, 40 to do that. But Webster says that the definition of politics is the art of compromise. And I thought I would just mention that. And remember what I said earlier today. I said, Roger Smithman, Senator, Senate District 18, reporting for duty. It's my job to take your tools and your rules and be successful. So if closure is the rule that people take, then it's my job to take the other side of closure to be successful. I have no other choice. So it go back to what I said in the beginning. Your rules and your tools, and I'm finna go to work. So when you come closure, that's your rules. I can't get upset, and that's your tool. But I'm gonna take it, and I'm gonna come back on the other side to do what I gotta do to be successful. And we can do it loving each other. When we walk out here, we can go have a little snack in the evening and talk about ball or whatever. But when we come back in here, if you take that rule, and that tool, I'm gonna take whatever tool you give me to use, and I'm gonna use it. You know, so I wanted to just say that to everybody. And then, you know, the little saying, because see, some folk forget, you know, hey, you can you can get a pound of flesh for 26 days. But the last 4, it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. That's all I want to say. See, so that's what I'm trying to say. You can win the battle, but you can very well lose the war. The battle may be for 26 days, the war may be the last 4, and you could lose it. So I had to say that so that we don't get in this, you know, because there's going to be some folk that be geeked over there, do this, and you're not understanding what's going to happen over here. Because closure on one don't mean we zapped you on one, now let's keep on going. Like, you know, no. If the rule is set that closure come out the chute is out. Like Pandora come out the box. The chute is out. Closure is out there. So to respond to closure is out there. And the unfortunate thing, the person that puts the closure out, they can decide when closure stop. But the person who reacts to the closure, they decide when they stop, not the people who put the closure out. You see where I'm coming from now? So see, it ain't no win situation for nobody. That's why I'm just saying that. It's not a win. We done did this enough to know it ain't a win. You know, this ain't nothing nobody's saying. We know that. So, I can't tell folk what to do. I cannot. But I can just tell you what's going to happen if we do A, then it's B. That's all I can do. After that, that's an informed decision that people make. And they know, you know what I'm saying, that B coming. They know that. So, and then I get a chance to sit up here and say that in this new budget that we are doing in general fund, I would like somebody to put an amendment on for me in the committee. And put a commitment that they're going to make an appropriation of about $50,000 so that we can buy some cots, we can buy some snacks, we can buy some different stuff, then we can just stay in here together in the Camboya. You know, for the people who are tired, go to their office, we can just have a few quorum calls so they can wake up and come on down to visit us while we're down here talking. We can do the math. You know, we can have an agenda of 20 bills and we can be in there for 8 hours and no closure takes anywhere from 50 minutes to an hour before we get to the bill. So that means we can pass 8 and then not worry about the other 12 and then close them 8 times, or close somebody 8 times, and then we go on home. Not home, but we leave out the building and go where we going. You know, I just kind of share that because some folks don't realize that those are things that come with this closure. You know, so if everybody's happy with that, then I guess they'll make decisions knowing that. Now, having said all that, now I'm gonna get back to what I asked you. Tell us what that bill do, please.
I'll do that. I do want to say one thing, though. I was headed up the hill this morning, and I was thinking about our buddy Jimmy Holly. And you remember what he always used to say when he got in about this situation on a Thursday afternoon? What time does the ball game start in Elba? Remember that? That was always what he said when we got in this situation.
And you know what? We everybody in here respects that from everybody, because the senator from Winfield, up in Winfield, Alabama. So you know who I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. I mean, we was involved in some stuff, you know, some different issues and things, and he said, "Look, I got to get back to my granddaughter's birthday party." If he was in here, he'll tell you he said it. Is he in here? Where is he? Is he in here? But he'll tell you. And so we said, okay then. You know, we understand and we addressed the issues to the point that I saw his tail light leave for mine. Okay? So I don't want you to think that statement made is not an insensitivity to each individual's needs or family needs or desire. We always respect that. And I will continue, everybody else will continue to do each other. Y'all do that for me.
We would.
I mean, you have. So I want to make that clear. So I didn't mean it like that now. I don't want nobody to think that. But however, just remember Pandora's box. You open up Pandora's box, all you want is Pandora out there. And that's, in this case, that will be the closure. But remember, more than Pandora come out that box after you open it. That's what I have to say. So I just wanted to put that out there. But please tell us about the bill.
I'm going to tell you about this bill. And we have seen this bill before. We've passed this bill out of this chamber before. I've talked with y'all with both sides of the aisle about this bill. This deals with school resource officers for private schools.
That's right. You told me on.
And it is permissive. It allows counties and cities to contract with private schools to provide a full-fledged school resource officer, a post-certified school resource officer. Now, there are a lot of protections in the bill, and I want to go over those.
Sorry, Senator Elliott, but the time's expired on the BIR. What was the motion to use the
long roll on the BIR?
Long roll? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Aye. Mr. Allen. Aye. Mr. Barfoot. Aye. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Aye. Mr. Butler. Aye. Mr. Carnley. Ms. Coleman Madison. Aye. Mr. Elliott. Aye. Ms. Figures. Aye. Mr. Gavan. Aye. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Aye. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smithman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 1 nay, the BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 5 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 4 by Senator Elliott regarding school safety.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Elliott.
I'll finish, if I can, real quick describing, then I'll make a motion and we'll see where we go from there. So we talked about some guardrails on this against school resource officers for private schools. Permissive, okay, so they may contract with counties and cities in order to provide school resource officers. It requires the public entities to charge the non-public school the full cost of employing the school resource officer, including any benefits, et cetera, okay? It also requires that the private school provide full liability insurance. So that's not on the municipality either. It also requires that prior to doing this, that the services of a school resource officer are available at every public school system in the county. So you got to have them everywhere else before we go to the private schools, okay? And then it does not waive any statutory liability caps or anything else. And so that's the bill.
You did a good job. A couple of questions was over here. We was kind of going back and forth, and you addressed those. You addressed those issues, and so I think that that was real good. The fact that you addressed those issues.
Well,
after you make your motion,
yes, sir.
I'm going to be recognized for about 2 minutes, and I'm going to yield back to you. Okay?
Yes, sir. Okay, sounds good.
I'm going to ask to be recognized. He makes that determination.
Well, Mr. President,
You'll be recognized, don't worry.
Thank you.
I move for third reading be dispensed with and final passage of SB 4 using previous rule without objection.
All right. Senator, you're recognized.
Recognized. Thank you. I do want to say again that I'm going past what I just said earlier because I don't have to repeat stuff, but I do want to add on to what I said, is that I realize that there may be 1 or 2 people that just can't understand the justification for me standing up here, because your lives may not have allowed you the ability to be sensitive to these things that I'm saying. But as I want to say this, the last time for the day that I'm going to say this, is that also concerns that I have, which I said at first, was this calendar. We don't have a bill on this calendar. And I want to make this clear to everybody in the majority that didn't realize this, is that the implementation of the 1/3 being on the agenda of the committee and of the special order calendar was requested by now the majority party when they were the minority party. Okay? So this is something that y'all established. Right. So don't come back looking strange. I ain't saying you. Anybody looking strange to us, well, what, where it come from? And we did it when you all were the majority. You can ask any of the people who were minority in your party at that time whether we implemented and did this. Yes, we did it. 1/3, 2/3, all the way down the line. So this ain't something foreign. And I don't want anybody to try to act like get selective amnesia about this ain't something we ain't done before and where it came from. Okay? If I had my relatives then, we wouldn't necessarily be in our situation, but I don't. And so because of that, it places us in the position that you all were in. And we just want the same reciprocity that we gave and agreed to then now. So that's why I want to say that in mind, that hopefully if that issue alone, that we won't have to come up here and be addressing at that time, okay? So I yield back to him, Mr. President.
All right, his motion was used in previous roll. Any objection?
Let's just use the long roll.
Long roll? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Thirty ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 4 passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 7 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 62 by Senator Bell and others regarding conservation and natural resources. BIR pending.
Senator Bell.
Motion to adopt BIR.
All right. Using previous roll?
Previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 7 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 62 by Senator Bell and others regarding conservation and natural resources.
Senator Bell.
Senator Smitherman, this is the bill that me and you've talked about, worked on, and I appreciate every time I come over to you, you kind of give me some guidance with your years of expertise over here. So this would prohibit individuals from using any license issued by the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources as a valid or supplemental form of government-issued ID. It's basically a fishing license and a hunting license is a license for that only. Motion to adopt.
All right, would you like to use previous roll?
Previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 62 passes. Thank you, Senator Bell. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 4 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 82 by Senators Orr and Elliott regarding criminal procedure. BIR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Orr.
move adoption of the BIR using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 4 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 82 by Senators Orr and Elliott regarding criminal procedure.
Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be brief, members. This arises from a situation in my district. I actually have a newspaper article here printed out if you're interested. Real briefly, 2 ladies in a parking lot started a shouting match, screaming and yelling at each other. 13 years, and one of them goes to the local town police department, swears out a warrant. 13 years passes. The one that did not have the warrants sworn out against them, the town comes across this warrant that had not been served, and they find her and serve her with the warrant, haul her to jail in front of her children, and the original complainer never even remembered it. So it was a stale, what I would call a very stale, outdated warrant.
They had had it for 13 years and hadn't done anything. And, 11 years, I misspoke, but 11 years. And this bill would make the local clerks do an annual audit to see if there are any unserved warrants and whether they can do it. It's only for B and C misdemeanors, but I'd move third reading using the previous rule, Mr. President.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 82 passes. Thank you, Senator Orr. Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 7 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 66 by Senator Kelly regarding crimes and offenses. BR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Kelly.
I move adoption of the BR by previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 7 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 66 by Senator Kelly and others regarding crimes and offenses.
Mr. President.
Senator Kelly.
Members, this deals with providing false information to law enforcement and other public entities with knowing the intention to defraud. I move for passage by previous rule without an objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 66 passes. Thank you, Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 5 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 78 by Senators Weaver and others regarding controlled substances. BR pending.
Senator Weaver.
Today I have a bill related to something that I actually had no idea what it was until a mama in my district who wanted to remain anonymous sent it to me, and she sent it through another party and said, I want you to be aware of what's being sold to our children with no age restrictions, no anything. And it came to me, again, through a different party, and I started looking at it, and I had no idea that our kids were able to buy this with no age restriction. It's called Galaxy Gas. It's nitrous oxide. Some people know it as Whippets. And your kid can go buy it right now, no age restrictions. They're all kind of flavors, and I'm here today to bring a bill to do away with that. And with that, I would like to ask that we move the BIR with previous roll, no objection.
All right, any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Amendment.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 5 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 78 by Senator Weaver and others regarding controlled substances.
And so I had an amendment that dealt with the healthcare side of it that just made sure that they didn't have any limitations related to their practice, but it hasn't gone through LRS, so I will add that in the House. We won't add that today. Thank you. So with that, if there are no questions, I'd like to move for final passage.
I'm sorry, I
no,
got
go
a
ahead.
question. Though,
Okay.
but you was in the middle of doing something. I interrupted.
I defer to you.
Oh, okay. Tell me what is this? And let me say this. I'm trying to think of the best way to say it without sounding like what I'm saying.
Okay.
Look, ain't nobody in the community I live in, and I stay in Woodland Park, ain't nobody out of 800 students I've been at a high school, I done been there twice this week, Monday for afternoon and yesterday when I left here, and I'm gonna be there all day Saturday with anywhere from 200 to 800 students.
You know, I thought that...
Ain't nobody never mentioned nothing about that. What is this?
So this
you understand where I'm coming from?
nitrous
That's
oxide.
foreign to me. But
And
I
I'll
mean,
tell you...
that kids use, I don't even know no kids use. Ain't nobody told me about no kids use. And let me say this to help you out. I support you and I'm gonna vote for this. So this is not an opposite statement, but please explain to me because I don't even know what that is. And
nitrous oxide, it's the laughing gas that you get when you go to the dentist. They use it in health. So
how they get that? I thought that would go only to dentists and surgeon people and anesthesia people. How they get it?
This stuff says don't inhale it, but it's sitting over by the vapes. I had some people in my local district go to the gas station and buy this. It was sitting by the vapes. It says it's for culinary use only and not to inhale it, but it's sitting there by the vapes. So I'd like to put a age restriction on it and say, hey, no more flavors. This stuff is mango or raspberry or strawberry. If you're not supposed to inhale it, why is it flavored?
What age you putting on it?
21.
Okay, what else does the bill do?
So it does several things. It says, makes it illegal to possess anything that's like this with whippets that you inhale, laughing gas, nitrous oxide. There's an exception if you're at least 21 and you're possessing it for medical treatments, manufacturing, food prep, or automotive purposes. And the exception of all those is void if the substance has added flavoring or is labeled as being flavored. I mean, if you're using it for automotive purposes or anything else, why does it need to be flavored, you know?
Yeah, I want to say, okay, I want to say this too. I'm glad you said what you said. Something, not about your bill, something is fundamentally wrong with our laws to where a service station, because you brought out a good point, a service station can legally sell, and I ain't even talking about, I think it's great what you're doing, putting the age to 21. But there are, right by that, same store probably, there are other products that they can legally sell, just like they can sell this Mountain Dew or anything, that if an adult walks out of that place with it, they drive down the road and they can be the adult, and get stopped by authorities, that is a attorney over there, lawyer. What is those, I'm supposed to know it, but I just can't get it. When it's UPOC, that's the initials, UPOCs. That's the code section. It's a felony, not misdemeanor. Ain't no right, lawyer? Lawyer. A lawyer, ain't I'm right? It's a felony. Yeah, a felony. Yeah, if I'm not saying your child, I say your child's friend, walking in by, legally by it, and they walk out and they get stopped by the officers, they get a felony. The person says don't get nothing. It ain't even illegal for them to sell it to them. We got to address that in the laws.
And I'd love to work with you to do that.
Either the person at the service station is wrong, or we cannot convict that person who just, and then they get UPOC and get a felony. No. I appreciate what you're doing, because we got to have grown folks make a grown folk decision about stuff like that, what you're doing, not chairman. So I agree with you. But I just wanted to say that, y'all, we got to address that. We must address that part right there. That if we're going to let them, and if it's bought from that store, they can't be charged down here. So either we got to make the store not do it, or we got to not punish them for what the store is doing.
I'd love to work with you on that.
Okay. I'm yielding. Well, he's had a question. I'm through. I'm dealing with you.
I have a question. Outside of getting high, what is the other medical effects to this?
I mean, it's oxygen deprivation.
Okay.
You're breathing nitrous oxide.
Well,
so, they're going to get high. They breathe enough of it, they're going to pass out. There was a situation with an adult yesterday that I was talking about in the hallway coming in here. Somebody bought some of this, The driver is huffing it or whatever you call that they do when they inhale it. Driver passes out, runs into a tree, kills the passenger. That's an example of this that happened yesterday. So we just got to.
But why aren't we trying to ban it then? Why don't we just ban it?
I'm fine with that too.
Because what we're doing now is putting a Band-Aid on it, I think. Because even when you say, because if it was only affecting children, you're saying now it affects adults and put them in an abbreviated stage to where they are dangerous on the highway.
You want to bring me an amendment to ban it? I'm happy to take it.
I would love to just say, since you got another amendment, we want to do something to ban it, or we don't have a penalty in there for the store owner who sell it to the youth. They need to feel the wrath that something will happen, because they will continue to sell it. So if they sell it to a youth and the youth walk out with it, they may get in trouble, as the senator was saying, but the store owners is not getting in trouble. We're still leaving these store owners to feel no wrath behind what we say that we're making laws against.
I'd love to work with you on that. Let's do it.
Well, why don't we just carry it over to Tuesday and work on it?
I want to go ahead and pass this, and I will tell you, well, you and I will work on it. I'll amend it in the House, and we'll send it back up, and we'll...
But we're depending on another house to do our work, which they may not want to do it for us. I'd rather send it down there in the bill than to try to want the House to do it for us. And I'm not trying to slow the bill down or anything, because I'll support it. But all I'm saying is that we're going to put rail guards up. Let's put some real rail guards up and save these children and adults.
No, I agree. And if you want me to work on another bill that's a separate bill that addresses that, I'll bring it on here too.
But you got to pass this one here.
I'd love to pass this one today.
See, I'm not looking for headlines and pumps and circumstances. I'm talking about being something for real. Yeah, I think if we just get it out today, it's just a headline. But we get it out next week, we have some real teeth in it. We could talk about it.
We get it out today, we're protecting children.
You're not, because that adult still get to go in there, sell it, and take it down there and give it to the child. You ain't protect the child not one time with that at all. It's just like buying beer. You know they do it all the time. Look at the liquor store, some adult go in and give it to them. That's how they get it.
But they can't go in and buy it now, just like if we pass this bill.
All I'm saying, I don't want us to send no false message that we have done something to protect children when we really haven't.
And I would disagree with that, because if we keep a kid from going in and buying it, we're doing something.
Who's going to enforce it?
Well,
who's the enforcing agent behind it? Because we don't have an enforcement. HBC is not going to do it. There's no enforcement agent behind it. There's no enforcement. So we ain't saving nobody, because the kid going to walk right in there, and all that store owner have to do is to have the nerve to go on and sell it to him. And say, and take my chances of getting caught, because there's no penalty for him. There's no penalty for the child. So all we did was pass a bill.
No, there is a penalty.
What's the penalty?
There is a penalty. It is...
and who the penalty on, the child?
So there are penalties for the person who sells it. It says it's the person that buys it, and it's the person who produces, manufactures, buys, sells, or otherwise transfers any substance specific to this.
What is the penalty?
It's a Class A misdemeanor.
Class A misdemeanor. So it's a Class A misdemeanor. Who's going to enforce it? Who's the enforcement agents? What agency will enforce it?
It would be law enforcement.
Law enforcement in a local town, tax revenue coming to that city. I ain't trying to shut nobody down. But I think if we said the product was absolutely illegal to be in there anyway, if they saw it in there, then that'd be something to take out. But how you know who went in there and bought it, legal or not, whether you're 21 or what have you, they bought it.
You have to show your ID like you do for beer. And
so is it an ID for this?
If we ban it where you have to be 21,
so
of course you have to show your ID.
That you got to be 21 with a valid ID to purchase it?
It does not specify valid ID, but I mean...
Let's do that in the bill.
Okay. You want to bring me an amendment?
We can. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Let's not rush it. Let's get it right, because I want to get that right. If it's hurting kids, let's get it right. Let's not just rush it just to say we passed the bill.
No, I'm telling you, we are getting it right.
See, that's why I said when we talk about this stuff, all these unintended consequences, when we don't talk it through, that's another good idea for you. Let's put it in there, say it has to be a valid ID. I'll do it. Let's do it.
And I'll call it the Singleton Amendment. How about that?
You don't have to call it the Singleton Amendment. I just want it done.
I'll do it.
But you're going to wait to do it in the House.
When I take it to the House committee, I'm going to put it on there.
So what's the penalty on the youth?
It's a Class A misdemeanor.
It's a Class A misdemeanor on the youth.
Yep.
But if an adult buys it and go out there and it has the same effect on them, there's no penalty on them. If you're 21 and older, you can just go out there and still run over somebody and it's okay. What about rehab for that child? We don't want to just be putting kids in. You know, we can take some of this opioid money that we get out here, we're floating around, and that's the kind of money that need to be put into treatment around here instead of us trying to find a way to spend some opioid money versus what it was really intended for.
So that's the same conversation I had with Senator Coleman Madison in committee yesterday. And I totally agree with you with that. And I had some officers here yesterday from Compact, and Compact is a drug awareness program that's like an SRO that works with families and children and that sort of thing to try to help kids who have addictions. And I know that we have a lot of variance across the state in the resources that we have available. But, you know, going forward, I would love to see those programs expanded because I think you're exactly right. We need to be focusing on our children and we need to be helping them when they get involved with this stuff. We need to be helping them with addictions. We need to be helping them get on the right pathways. I agree with you with that. We need to be focusing on that.
All right, I mean, I just want y'all to be for real about passing these bills with some real teeth in it versus headlines. I know this is keeping families safe, but are families really safer with this bill as they are? Because when you pass this bill, no real enforcement, and then we'll get it out there. Somebody can still go, a duck can still back, get it to the child. If we don't ban it, they're going to still get it. Thank you very much.
Move for final passage. Use the previous roll, no objection.
Any objection? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver.
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 1 no. Senate Bill 78 passes. Thanks, Senator Weaver. All right, Senator Gudger.
Mr. President.
Senator Gudger.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the taxpayers got their money's worth today anyway. We've been back and forth and pushing and pulling on both sides, and representation is what I heard today, making sure that everybody's represented anyway. But I'd like to make sure before everybody starts heading out the door, we have a meeting a little bit later that was at 3:30. That's going to be moved to 2:45 for standing committee chair meetings that I'm starting for communication. And if you're not on that, just be safe going home, and we're going to see you on Tuesday, I hope. With that, I'd like to make
Could you repeat that again on what now?
On a committee chair meetings, and I'm going to start that, okay? And then with the motion, I'd like to move that the Senate stand adjourned until Tuesday, February 11th at 2 p.m.
All right, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? We stand adjourned.
Thank you, sir.